The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The first item on the agenda is public participation, and I want to remind people that for the last 2 years we've had public participation at the beginning of the meeting. And the reason we put that on there was for people that couldn't stay for 2-3 hours to wait to the end of the meeting for public participation. Everyone will get a chance to comment on any issue before us, and you'll also get a chance to comment at the end of the meeting. So public participation for those who cannot stay for the meeting and have something they wanted to bring to our attention. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. Ken Taylor, Wayne. Tonight I'm not speaking on behalf of anyone's candidacy on this or any other governmental body of this township. I am not affiliated with any political party or any member of this board or its underlying commissions or committees. I am speaking as a Radnor citizen who is becoming more and more disturbed by the incivility displayed by a small minority of this community when speaking before this board at the time of public participation, and the public rancor and ridicule that incivility is causing to these proceedings in this township. Accordingly, I'm here to ask this board to reconsider setting forth on the record some reasonable standards for public participation at Board of Commissioners meetings, and if necessary, at the meetings of its subordinate commissions or committees. While I recognize that given the past experiences this township has had with the Board of Commissioners or a township manager that withheld necessary information from citizens of this township, the need to strive for what has become known as transparency is not a justification for personalized attacks on select members of this board, its solicitor or solicitors, or its staff that do not always agree with the interpretation of ordinances or other measures of the public participant. Nor should any public participant be permitted to purport to place on evidence on the record to examine or cross-examine any member of this board, its solicitors or staff, as to any pending matters such as ethics matters, or to rehash any such ethics matters ad nauseum when the ethics investigatory process does not satisfy their visions of what this process should have resulted in. It should be the power of the parliamentarian to declare such public participation is improper and to terminate it. I do not object to public participation by persons who feel that any process of local government is in need of amendment, be that the ethics investigation process or otherwise, and I would entreat such individuals to rise at public participation to voice their support for modifications of such procedures as they deem advisable, but not to pre-litigate, relitigate, or rehash such processes by deriding board members or demanding immediate responses to questions posed in an attempt to surprise or manipulate members of this board to make impromptu statements that will later be used to further derogate them in public, including in the press and on online blog sites. I believe that any such public participation guideline should grant the members of the public that cannot legitimately remain until the agenda items are discussed. They should be given an opportunity to address such items at the earlier participation period opportunity. But if they stay, such persons should not be given additional opportunities to address the very same subjects. Nor should persons be permitted to comment on agenda topics unless their comments are directly pertinent to the agenda matter being considered. Public participants should not be permitted to serialize their participation by presenting installments of their presentations at multiple periods of public participation, and should immediately yield the floor upon being informed that at any time period as set forth by the standards and announced by the board has been exceeded. It's always a shame when a few people who exceed the bounds of propriety make it necessary for others to have to comport with the standard for public participation before a board such as this. But given the detrimental impact of what has become the standard of behavior before this board, I believe it's high time for this board to take the necessary steps to set the precise parameters for public participation so that no one can complain that the standards are too subjective, or that the parliamentarian who's been granted powers that he or she should not have been granted insofar as civil public participation is involved. I ask this board to act publicly, let everyone know where the parameters arise, and when those parameters are exceeded, to terminate the incivil and inappropriate comments immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good evening. My name is Marty Costello. I'm here to present a picture tonight taken on December 18th, 2014 at Radnor High School. What you see up on the screen tonight is a collection of 118 students, some from St. Catherine's School in Siena, in Wayne, St. Catherine's of Siena in Wayne, Archbishop Carroll, and Radnor High School. What the students are holding in their hands are the works of the students from St. Catherine's, researching the 118 war dead from our residents here in Radnor Township, 20 from World War I, 86 from World War II, 3 from Korea, and 9 from Vietnam. I believe this is the first time these 3 schools have collaborated on a single project, and one of your board members, Elaine, was there for this particular photograph and session. And I'm here tonight to present a picture event to our township manager, and of course to Elaine. Could you come down here, please, and present this to the manager? This was a 4-year project started by the students of St. Catherine's and Bud Tossi, the the principal of St. Catherine's, and David Hickok. Of course, our own principal, Mark Salinger, agreed to allow this to happen at the school. But here's the picture, and you'll see you're in it. And
We're in the same shirt.
we're in the same shirt. And this is some of the good things that happen here in Radnor Township, some of the good things that happen in our schools. And I want to thank you, Elaine, for showing up for this. And I want to thank you other commissioners for showing up on Veterans Day and Memorial Day, because it means a lot to the veterans community. And as you see, it now means a lot to the children of Radnor Township. And thank you. Thank you again.
Marty.
Good evening. Jamie Richmond, Bryn Mawr. Just wanted to thank you for bringing up the option of supporting our Enki Parks with some renovations, bathroom, snack bar, et cetera. Well-needed enhancement, and since you asked us, since it's a vote later on, to speak early, I do encourage you to support that effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sherry, you're not going to stay for the meeting?
Is there a resolution that was passed, by the way, Dan Sherry Wayne, that people who speak at the beginning of a meeting are barred from speaking later in the meeting?
No, we...
No resolution. Very good.
Lane Schaefer, for the last 2 years, when we put this on, we put it on for one reason, for people that who could not stay for the meeting.
I don't want to
speak on an item or any item. They can get up
interject
and speak.
to your interruption, but if there is no resolution barring me from speaking
it's-
during public comment at any public comment time in the meeting, I will not be barred. To the
Well,
extent you wish to cut off a microphone from me later in the meeting, that will be your decision, and the consequences will fall on you.
Yeah. Well, it's a shame
Opening
that
in
you
terms
cannot
of
follow the rules, but you have 5 minutes.
In terms of the
Mr. Sherry,
opening
the
comment-
purpose of the rule is to allow this board to go forward with the people's business. This is the people's business here. I know you don't want to look at me when I talk, but that's fine. And your business, your business is
please take from my time.
your
Please
business is
continue.
not the people's business. Your business is your own personal crusade. So that's why we have the rule
Crusade. Now,
that
2
you
weeks
must,
ago,
you
2
must.
weeks ago, George Beatty used the
just
word
let us speak for
jihad.
5
We're now
minutes.
using the phrase crusade.
Okay. If you're going to speak now, the rule is
I'm not going to be
You're not-
interrupted any
you're not
longer
allowed
by
to
the
speak later.
non-parliamentarian.
You know-
Please, I have 5 minutes. I wish that to start
Jim and
right
Bill,
now.
if we would just let them speak, and it'd be much better.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Booker. By the way, I note that John Nagel is not here tonight. My comments at the start of tonight's meeting relate to John Nagel's December 8th, 2014 "somebody shoot you" outburst that he directed to me and his subsequent comments at the March 9th, 2015 Board of Commissioners meeting. As this board is aware, there was a resolution that passed 6-0 by this board on February 23rd, 2015, formally disapproving of Commissioner Nagel's outburst, directing him to apologize to me and to refrain from such conduct in the future. board split 3-3 as to whether to include the word censure, with Commissioners Booker, Curley, and Fisher voting to include that word, and Commissioners Schaefer, Spengler, and Higgins voting against that word. Nevertheless, Jim Higgins, who interrupted me at the start tonight, did state, after attempting to put this board into recess, which failed, the following regarding Commissioner Nagel, quote, "What he did was absolutely unacceptable and intolerable." Furthermore, Commissioner Schaefer described John Nagel's outburst as follows, quote, "It was inexcusable." She also said, quote, "It was a really terrible loss of temper. It was a grave breach." And again, these are comments coming from people who are usually aligned with Commissioner Nagel. In reaction to the February 23, 2015 resolution, John Nagel, at the start of the March 9, 2015 meeting, read a prepared speech which started as follows. "I would like to address the resolution that the Board of Commissioners approved at the last meeting. First, I completely agree with the position they took. And had I been here, the vote would have been 7-0. My colleagues have asked me to apologize again for my intemperate comment. I have no reluctance to do that. I hereby offer my heartfelt apology to this board, to our staff, and to everyone in this room, including Mr. Sherry and every resident of the township, for making that intemperate comment. I ask you to forgive me. I lost my temper, and I was wrong." And thereafter, Commissioner Nagel launched into a stump speech about works he's done in the township. Now, at the March 9th, 2015 meeting, I specifically stated that I would not comment on the genuineness of Mr. Nagel's apology because I was waiting for some documentation, which I now have. Before I pass it out to you, I'd ask you to consider what type of behavior you would expect from someone who was truly sorry about an out-of-character and isolated remark. You'd expect them to be demonstrably remorseful. To that end, I'd ask all of you what you would do if you used the phrase, "somebody shoot you," to a citizen in a meeting. In fact, I'll remind you, Commissioner Schaefer, that you stated at the February 23, 2015 meeting that if Commissioner Nagel had not demonstrated that he was truly remorseful of what you called his grave breach, you actually would have been the one to bring the motion to censure him. So all of you have an opinion at this point as to whether Commissioner Nagel, who again is not here tonight, was truly sorry. And at least 3 of you, I dare say, believe that he was genuinely apologetic. Now, with that in mind, I'm going to pass out to you that which I've already handed to the press. And I'll describe it to the audience in the following way after I pass it out. Mr. Booker, Mr. Curley, Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Spengler, 2 more copies. Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Fisher. This is what this is. This is a letter from the Pennsylvania Disciplinary Board, dated March 11th, 2015, 2 days after John Nagel offered his heartfelt apology. It's only a paragraph long. I'll read it as follows. The reline is, "Complaint of John C. Nagel. Dear Mr. Sherry, this is to advise you that based on the information you provided to our office, the complaint filed against you by John C. Nagel has been dismissed without any finding of a violation of the rules of professional conduct by you." So there you have it. Anybody up here still believe that John Nagel is sorry for his "somebody shoot you" outburst? Anybody believe at this point that John Nagel was telling the truth when on March 9th he uttered words like "my heartfelt apology" and "I ask you for forgiveness," while simultaneously pursuing a complaint against me to presumably try to get my law license revoked? Could this man possibly have less integrity to appear before this public and utter such easily disprovable lies? The evidence clearly shows that John Nagel is not apologetic. John Nagel is not remorseful. John Nagel is angry. John Nagel is escalating, or if you prefer, deteriorating. And the fact that John Nagel apparently has no reservation about delivering unbelievably easily disprovable lies to you, to me, to the public, as something as easily straightforward as, gee, should I be sorry about uttering the phrase, somebody shoot you in a public meeting, should be a cautionary tale for all of you insofar as dealing with this man in the future.
Mr. Sherry,
As
would
the
you please
public-
wrap up your
Thank you.
7
At the
minutes? I
public-
gave you a couple extra minutes.
Thank you, I
You're
appreciate
way
that.
over.
I thought
Would you please wrap up?
that was important to bring before this
Well,
board,
please wrap up
particularly
and-
for a person who, along with the other members of the Ethics Board, decided that it wasn't apparently a breach of
No,
civility
we
for John
understand
Nagel to make
Could
that
you
comment.
Could you please wrap up for the public's sake?
At the public comment portion that occurs at the end of this meeting, I'll be back to talk to you about what I addressed in an email to you all last week, which was the reimbursement that John Nagel is apparently going to seek for his representation, for having Neil Morris represent him before the Ethics Board, which at this point in time you all have watched on television. And when I do that, I hope, in light of the letter that I just provided to all of you, that nobody on this board will dare utter the words that John Nagel is contrite, John Nagel is apologetic, John Nagel is truly sorry. I have no compunction about bringing John Nagel's conduct into the public light and having you all evaluate it. But again, imagine if John Nagel is willing to do that to me, somebody who he should know at this point, will make his conduct public, what he will do to other people in this township to the extent he disagrees with them. It's absolutely and utterly unconscionable. And if that man had, again, an iota of integrity, he would have refused to apologize at the March 9, 2015 meeting instead of cowardly asserting my heartfelt apology to Dan Sherry and this township while simultaneously, in what he thought was probably kept confidential behind closed doors, pursuing retaliatory actions against me. Thank you for your time and your candor.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I would like to just give notice of an executive session preceding the Board of Commissioners meeting tonight, March 23rd. Personnel matters, litigation matters, and real estate matters were discussed, plus an informational matter. On the agenda tonight, we have an item under number C, which we're going to pull from the agenda, and we're going to pull N from consent agenda, and that's when we're going to discuss that. And I also would like to move on top the Park and Recreation resolution. It's been something that the township and the commissioners and the public and Little League have been waiting for a long time, and it's finally here. So I would like to make a motion to approve Resolution 2015-50, authorizing the township to remit $187,150 to Wayne Little League for the construction of a comfort station at Enke Park, along with other park site improvements, funded by proceeds designated as part of the Radnor Township Building Cell Tower negotiation, where funds have been identified specific to park improvement. Do I have a second to that motion? Any commissioner comment? Any public comment?
I do want to hear Bob just brief us on the relationship or the change that made the funding for this possible, and why this is, my understanding, this is your recommendation as to how to proceed.
That's
so
correct.
I'd like to hear why this is your recommendation.
The recommendation from this is when we had discussed the cell tower. For 2 years, we were negotiating for the tower that sits directly outside this building here for getting this tower, which we technically never owned, back to Comcast under CTI Tower. And the negotiation was an upfront payment of 10 years for this, which the board did approve last August in the amount of $255,000 to be used in this particular area here for site improvements in this particular area with Enke Park. Tammy, if I can, I know you've been involved with this with Radnor Wayne Little League and the Parks Board. This came out as a recommendation from them. So, Tammy, if you want to take it from here.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks, Bob. First of all, I want to acknowledge that this is a project that we didn't just start talking about this month or this year. It's actually something that's been going on for several years. When I first came into the role of interim Parks and Recreation Director, I remember meeting with Radnor Wayne Little League representatives Jim Riley and Steve Sherry, and we had extensive conversations about the need for a comfort station. And I know it's something that they, of course, have developed and have been working on for a long time, even before that. We know at Enke Park, the use only continues to rise. We've seen several large community events that have grown there over the years, both offered by the Little League and the Township. We also have a new playground that was recently installed that it just can't get enough usage. There's a constant flow of people throughout the day that we see. So there definitely isn't a question regarding the need. It's an indisputable need with regards to the site. Not to mention just the sanitary need that there is. We've got Little League players playing throughout the day, both Saturdays and Sundays all day long, and they don't have a place to wash their hands. So having the comfort station at the park, it not only serves the needs for what we see with Little League, but for overall for everyone at the park and the community that uses the site. So what I want to do is just take an opportunity on behalf of the Little League. I know there's many representatives here tonight, and thank them for all their hard work over the years. I also want to thank the Parks and Recreation Board. I know that this had been one of the sites on their agenda to make sure that we ensure that there's a comfort station that the community can use and benefit from for many years to come.
Thank you.
So why can't we do this in the conventional way? Why can't we do it to plans and specs as we've done in the past? As opposed to, as I understand, I'm reading this, that we're giving Little League the money, and Little League is doing the improvement on the township park.
They are. It's important to note that throughout the process, they have worked really closely with the township staff. So it's not a project that would develop without the township supervision, with reference to, of course, the codes and the engineering that would come as a result of a development that large. Given the limited funding and the magnitude of the project, as well as some of the other projects that I know that they have as part of their master plan that they would like to achieve, we believe that the Little League organization could get it done much faster and much easier, of course, than the township could to take that on. Not to mention it's something where I know they have engaged with architectural and development, as well as some construction bids I think that they have been in receipt of as they've moved through the process, as I had mentioned, for a number of years. So the understanding is that if we paid them the money, we could get the project done much quicker. And of course, and having the money there now, it's something that we know is a need with the season coming upon us.
And just to add to Tammy's point, there are funds that are coming from Little League between $40,000 and $60,000 they're going to contribute to this project. And again, their architects, their engineers are going to be working on that. If we go through this, it's a prevailing wage contract. We're going to be spending more money on paper and people than they will be spending to get more product and more construction going. So this is something that I know Tammy has worked with Little League here, that there will be accounting to this, and they will come back to this board and specify back to you of where each and every dollar has been spent. Again, you will see the actual project come out of the ground here, so you will ride by it every day as it comes here. And again, this is something like we've done with library and other types of organizations where we've given these dollars. They can do it much more efficient. And again, they can use more dollars than what we'd have to do to go through it this way.
And John Rice, obviously your opinion is that this is appropriate, or you wouldn't allow it to come to this, or this is allowable.
It's funding of a nonprofit organization, which you're free to do. You can put whatever strings on it you want, but it sounds like there's been a lot of work on this up to this point. So I don't have an issue with it.
Okay, and then my last question is, Bob, I get the sense that you're comfortable with it, obviously, and you're comfortable that you can provide, or your staff will provide adequate supervision of it after the funds are provided.
Yes, we have codes. Kevin's department will be involved with that. Larry Taltone, who's our health officer, will be working on that. Public Works with all the construction, the sewers and that, will be monitored and inspected for the entire work. So you'll have all the code compliance will all be done. From our side, engineering will also be involved. Stormwater management, that will all be done on our end. So I think that we will be, on our end, be well protected on that side to make sure that it'll be done. And from Little League's side, I've been impressed with what they've put together so far, and they want to work directly hand in hand here with the township.
I'd like to just make a short comment in that this project is a long time coming, and I am very joyfully supporting it.
Just a quick question for John Rice. Normally, if we were doing this project, we would require that the contractor who's constructing the building would have a bond. Can we require that also make sure that the little, because we're putting taxpayers' money toward this.
Right.
Just make sure they have a bond.
Yeah,
and
that can,
I'm
that
supportive.
ought to be part of whatever the agreement is between and I don't know the details, John,
Okay.
of this contract.
But that'll be, staff will make sure that that happens, and I'm good. Thank you.
You know,
I suggest then that that be part of the resolution. There's no reason not to, correct?
yeah, and I think, John, that's a good point. It's cell tower money that's been negotiated, so there's no taxpayer dollars here. There's no general fund dollars. And again, I think this is one of the ideas that the Parks Board has worked through, these types of public-private partnerships of how we can work together as a partnership. And I think one of the things that come glaring through that Tammy had brought up, and then the Radnor Wayne Little League, and Commissioner Schaefer, is for all those kids and all those parents, there's been one portable toilet down there for all those kids for all day, and that's just amazing that she had one toilet down there, a portable one that I'm sure smells very nicely by the time the heat of the day comes on a Saturday. So I think this is a very nice advancement here and long overdue.
Yeah, so I commend your sentiments, Bob, and I think you're on the verge of becoming a conservative here, because I'm waiting for that to happen. And certainly, the private sector can do a lot of things much better and quicker than the government. What I guess I'm concerned about is that we don't have an agreement right now, and Solicitor Rice has just indicated we should have some. You don't know the details of the agreement. I don't either. It is a sizable sum of money, and the issue goes to the same issue as the bonds. We want the project to be done in accordance with acceptable standards of the township. So I think we need some assurance that that's going to happen, or some type of checks to make sure. So what do we have to ensure that this will be done properly?
My suggestion is, until this board approves the funding, it's tough to get an agreement together. So, subject to the board approving the resolution, there ought to be an agreement between the township and the Little League. We're not talking about a fairly straightforward, simple agreement that deals with bonding, deals with insurance, deals with those types of issues.
So we could pass this tonight with that condition, and essentially it would just, to me, that makes sense. We're making the very general statement that this is a policy that we want, and then we're letting staff address the details. And if staff could not address the details, then we could choose to not deliver the funds.
Correct.
All right.
We
All right,
you still have to write, Bob still has to release the money.
Right.
So if that's the direction, I think that's the most straightforward, easiest way to do it and cover those issues that the bonding, insurance. There's probably a few other issues that ought to be included in that also.
Everybody has already covered the things I was going to cover. But I'm wholeheartedly in favor of this, and I really appreciate the Little League organization getting all this done for us, so our job is easy. I do think that, and I think our township people have done a great job working with the cell tower contractor to get this money. I'd like to see a letter agreement, though, in covering these issues, maybe a memorandum of agreement of the bond, insurance. I think, Bob, you said it has to be, the work has to be built to codes and standards. And then lastly, and maybe this is the first thing, audit rights by us over the money. So if we can get those things in some sort of a simple memorandum, it doesn't have to be a fancy contract, I'll be very happy. But I thank everybody for working on this. It's great.
So I'll move to amend the resolution. The very last paragraph, I'd like to add the sentence, subject to the execution of an agreement including bonding, insurance, and other terms to the satisfaction of the township administration and township solicitor.
Second.
All right, all those, any comment on the amendment? Any public comment on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, any comment? Any public comment on the final vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes 7-0. Thank you very much. 6-0, I'm sorry. All right, the next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and we're going to take item number N off. Is there any other commissioner want to take any item off the agenda?
Item D, please.
For me?
D?
D?
G.
D. D is in David.
Yeah, D, and then in addition, letter G, as in good, and letter L.
Any others? Any public have any comment on the consent agenda, remove an item? All those, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with those 4 items off?
So moved.
Can I have a second? Second?
Second. Hold on, she wants to make
Pardon me?
a comment. Yes.
Yeah, I have a comment on item L on the consent agenda.
Well, we're not on all yet.
Okay,
We took it off, we're going to get back to L.
okay.
Okay, this is just,
Okay.
we took off D, G, L, and M, and we're going to make separate motions on those. Okay? Any public have anything? All those in favor, approve the consent agenda as a motion? Aye. Opposed? Passes 6-0. All right, can I have a motion on number D, the approval of staff traffic committee minute meetings of February 18th, 2005?
So moved.
Second.
Comment?
Well, I brought this forward, I brought it off the agenda because of the item number 1 under old business, which was the review of Pine Tree Road traffic calming. First, I'd like to point out that when we accept these traffic committee reports, we're just accepting, we're accepting minutes, we're not making any decisions. So I want to make that clear. In this staff traffic report, there's a recommendation for speed bumps in a neighborhood, on the Pine Tree Road neighborhood. So I called it out because I wanted to assure everyone that this is not, we're not taking a vote to approve it right now and it's going to get done. There's a whole process ahead of us. And I wanted to clarify what the process is, for my own benefit and for the people who live in the neighborhood. So at this point, once we accept these minutes, this will move forward. And as I understand it, at some point, we will get, as a board, an agenda item addressing this recommendation. And it will have with it our report from our traffic engineer and the suggestions and various options that she put forward. It will also contain the suggestions and recommendations from our staff traffic committee. And then we will have an opportunity to introduce an ordinance approving or setting forth a program, and we will have, at that point, time for the neighbors, staff, commissioners to give their opinion on whether this is a good idea or a bad idea. And then, after that, if it gets introduced, at least 2 weeks later, it will be in front of us again. So that is the general global process of how this would move forward. The action we're taking tonight is not approving moving forward with what has been recommended. It's sort of setting the process going. Because I got a phone call over the weekend very concerned that this was moving ahead, and it is moving ahead, but there is opportunity for us to discuss whether this is what this neighborhood wants to happen. So that's why I wanted to call it out.
Well-
Similar, we need to change the word approval to acceptance of minutes. So we sort of go through this routinely, but it needs to expressly say acceptance of minutes, not approval of minutes, so that we don't run into this issue at some point in the future.
Yeah. I talked to Commissioner Booker by email, not talked, but communicated with him via email. This is in his district, his ward, and he was very kind to let me get involved in the issue. I went to 2 of the staff traffic committee meetings where this was discussed. We had an excellent report by Amy Kaminsky of Gilmore and Associates on the traffic, the picture over there and what could be done to fix the problems that the neighbors are very concerned about. And as you can see from the notes and the minutes, her recommendation is that, or rather the police committee recommendation is that 4 speed humps be installed. Ms. Kapinski found that actually 8 speed humps could be installed on that road. And why am I saying this? Well, I think that I have real concerns about any speed humps being installed anywhere else in the township. We have many as it is, and it's like a contagion. Once one neighborhood has it, another one wants it. And there are other ways, in my judgment, to fix the problem of speeding on this road. One of them is perhaps a stop sign at one of the intersections or both intersections that are called out in the report. The second thing, which is probably more important, I spoke with the current chief of the fire department, a retired chief of the fire department, and a longer retired chief of the fire department, and all three are adamantly opposed to having any more speed bumps in the township. And one of them is here tonight, Mr. Felsky, and if he wants to come up and address this issue, he's certainly welcome to. But as Commissioner Schaefer said, what we're doing tonight is not enacting anything or refusing to enact anything. We're simply accepting a report, and there will be additional deliberations and evaluations. But I think we all ought to be looking at a different solution than speed humps. Thank you. Doug.
Hi, I'm Doug Felsky, Deputy Chief at the Fire Company. Just wanted to reiterate, one of the biggest problems we have, and if you've been in, I would hope maybe some of you will come down sometime and we'll give you a ride in a fire truck. Fire trucks aren't the things that just take off and like a car does and go shooting down the street. It takes a little bit of time to accelerate and get some speed up. We noticed that just leaving the firehouse, which is acceptable. Problem when you put them on a hill is just impossible. You take a fire truck and you put it on that hill, and essentially it has to stop to go over those bumps. They just creep over any of these bumps that are in the township. So what happens is that you come to a stop, and then you're completely starting over again each time you hit one of these traffic bumps. Now, the biggest problem is that there's a good bit of the township that we cover that we need access from Pine Tree Road. So this is just an impossible task. It's going to really delay our times getting there. There were some other suggestions. One of the suggestions was narrowing the roadway with lines, essentially painting a narrower lanes, which in my experience is something I've noticed has slowed me down. One of the other things that I think maybe as part of the email was the fact that an ambulance crew, when they're trying to do work in the back of the ambulance, taking a person to a hospital or something, there's a lot of data where these speed humps have really kind of delayed that, putting an IV in or doing some of those things. So there are a lot of problems associated with from the fire company standpoint. And my hope is that you'll go back and look at other things that were in that report, other suggestions, and maybe take some time to try and find some better solution than putting these speed humps on the hill there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, also, let me just chime in, and I talked to Steve Norsini about this as well. As I recall, Mr. Norsini, the board did review this issue, and I thought we had some alternative suggestions on this, and that we actually talked about it as a board and developed plans for a different, not speed humps, but a different solution. Is that correct, Steve or Amy?
Actually, the board did authorize Amy Kaminsky to come up with solutions for the Pine Tree Road traffic calming, which she did. One of the methods was speed humps. There was lane narrowing, and there was also an alternate method with a striped line and center medians.
And also, we saw about stop signs as well, although stop signs can't be used for
reducing speed,
but we talked about stop signs as well.
Correct. And I'm going to ask Lieutenant Flanagan, because he has some more knowledge on the previous staff traffic meeting where this was discussed. And I'll let him jump in at this point.
Well, let me just say is that we're going to have a lengthy discussion. We're not going to discuss it tonight. We're just going to approve the motion, the minutes of the meeting, and then we're going to have the staff review this and have more meetings with the residents and then get back to the commissioners.
Well, I think it's beneficial for me and for the group to understand the procedural background on where we got to, how we at this point.
Well, I think Elaine laid that out pretty well.
No, she didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
So I would prefer, if you would just indulge me.
The chair is going to overrule you, and we're not going to have an hour
Why is that, Bill?
We're not going to have an hour discussion.
It's not an hour discussion. It's just what happened up till now, please.
No, we know what happened.
No, we don't.
They did a study, and they recommended we move forward and try and do something there. So we know that.
No, we don't. We don't know that. So can you go through
That's what the minutes
what we
of the mission
did?
is.
No?
No.
Go, please,
No.
please, explain, procedurally, how did we talk about this before and then have it go back to staff
What?
traffic committee?
All right. Staff, we're done with this item, please. Can we move on? We're going to vote on the motion. Any member of the public
No,
have any comment?
this is a procedural call here.
I'm overruling
No,
you.
you can't overrule. What are you using to, why are you doing that, Bill?
Because you're going to have a lengthy discussion, something we already discussed, and we're going to have a lengthy discussion in the future. This is not the...
No,
place to do it.
that's
Yeah.
not appropriate.
All right.
That's not,
Fine, Rich,
that's
you're
incorrect.
Sir?
Hi, my name is Bill Clark. I live at 110 Pine Tree Road, and my wife and I started this process about 2 years ago when we contacted the Radnor Police Department about the excessive speeding. Now, I have two very young children, one who has cerebral palsy and who's autistic. We're very concerned about their safety, but we're also very concerned about the safety of our neighbors' children. We were asked to circulate a petition in the neighborhood regarding the traffic calming, and we had 100% of the residents on Pine Tree Road sign this petition. That was 27 homes. 75% of the homes in the woods signed it. That was 40 out of 54, and 80% on Rock Rose signed it. That was 7 out of 9. Back in August, there was a traffic study done where 2,500 cars traveled on Pine Tree Road in one given day, and the average speed was 47 miles an hour. That was 22 miles over the speed limit. So personally, I like the thought of the speed humps. I understand the concerns of the fire department and the ambulance. However, I think it's the most cost-effective way and the quickest way to get the speeds reduced. I don't want to slow down the fire trucks like anyone else whose house is on fire, but there's going to be a catastrophic accident on that road one of these days. Getting these petitions signed, we heard horror stories from some of our neighbors that were almost killed trying to get out of their home. So I guess we need to measure out what's important here, people being killed on the road or getting to a fire quickly. But, that's my personal opinion, and I just think that the speed humps would be more effective. We're not married to that idea. Any kind of traffic calming at this point would really be appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kevin Brown. I live at 127 Pine Tree Road, and I just want to echo everything that he said. I live at the curve on the road. Cars are shooting by. They're going down quickly on the hill. They're coming off Old Eagle going 35, 40 greater. I have young kids. I feel like they're in danger whenever we pull out. I'm very worried about it. I don't care if you put stop signs or speed bumps, but you got to do something. Other signs or these other stuff, lane narrowing, that's not going to work. People don't care. They're either going to use stop signs or speed bumps. Those are the only two things that are going to work. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to approve the acceptance of the draft traffic committee report, and then they'll be working on it, and we'll have a few more public meetings about this, so everyone will have their say, and we can do everything in our possibility to slow down cars on Pine Tree Road. Can I have everyone in favor, say aye? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0 with silence.
Abstain.
Oh, it's abstain, okay.
It was just to accept the minutes, correct? That'll be
Yes,
changed.
just to accept, yes. All right, can I have a resolution to approve item G on the agenda?
Move we approve item G.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Commissioner, comment?
Yes. Where exactly is the traffic signal, the Raider Road one? Is that the one across from the Mainline Health?
This signal would address Radnor Chester Road and Raider Road, specifically at that intersection. And the reason we're asking to purchase the poles and mast arms now is there's quite a delay. There's quite a back order for those poles. So in order to try to meet the school district's requirement of everybody getting done their phase of the work by the end of August, it's prudent to order these now before the project is bid. They'll be deducted from the project, so You're not paying for them twice or anything. It would be noted in the bid documents. Contractor would supply all labor, materials, manpower, et cetera. Township supplies poles and mast arms.
Is it 2 lights or 1 light? You just said 1 light.
It's the intersection itself, so everything is at that intersection, okay? There could be several mast arms and poles for one intersection.
Well, there's 4
but
of them.
It is just for this. And let me see, I have here,
It says mast arms, Radnor Chester, and Raider Road's traffic signal installation project. That's an approved project, correct?
if you, in approving the consent agenda, you did approve, you gave us authorization to go to bid for that. So this goes hand in hand with that bid.
So how many traffic lights is this? How many different intersections is this a light for?
It's one intersection. They're coming out of Radnor Road.
Yeah, it's one intersection, but I'll give it to Amy.
Is it 4? Commissioner Spengler seems to want to interrupt, but he said there was 4. Is there 4 or 2?
We are signalizing one intersection on Radnor Chester Road at Raider Road near the high school.
Okay, not at Radnor Chester. Okay, Radnor Chester Road, Raider Road, and there's 4 mast arms?
There are 4 mast arms that are being installed for that traffic signal. However, there's usually a 15-week lead time when you order them. And so it actually, we would be ordering them through CoStars, which is the statewide ability to purchase this type of equipment at a discount rate and allow you to move forward without disrupting the construction during the summer. So there's nothing that's being done here that you hadn't already approved back when we discussed the signal, I guess it was about a year ago. All we're asking for is the ability to purchase the 4 mast arms through CoStars. And then Steve mentioned that the bid documents need to be approved by the board also. So that's what those 2 resolutions were for.
Which you did approve authorization to go to bid when you approved the consent agenda. So this is just part and parcel with that. As an example.
We got it. Any public comment?
Why don't you let the
favor?
people speak, Bill? We want to hear what they have to say. Thank you.
Rich, I'm going to ask I asked for public comment, but, we can't spend a half hour explaining.
We're not talking about public comment. We're talking about our professionals who work for us.
Yeah. Any public comment?
Here's my public comment. I wanted to know whether there's anything that stops you statewide from having the signal exactly where you want someone to stop, as opposed to the other side of the intersection. You know, a lot of young drivers are coming out Raider Road, and they'll look at the light ahead of them, and by the time you're at that light, you're already through the intersection. So my point is there something that prohibits the light being on the same side as where you want them to stop?
Well, the signal indications have to be so many feet away from the stop bar. So as students come out of that access at Raider Road, they're going to be required to stop a minimum of 4 feet from the crosswalk. So they're probably going to be, I'm just guessing, about 15 feet from the intersection, where they'll wait until they get a green signal. And the green signal will actually be on the opposite side of Radnor Chester Road.
Right.
Because we want to make sure that that's enough distance that they can see it and react to the signal when it's changing.
On the other hand, I noticed that hardly anybody stops at the stop bar. So I'm just saying that if you had it closer to where you actually want them to stop.
Well, we have to do it.
There's a rule against that.
Yeah,
is what you're
no,
saying.
it's
Okay.
not actually. We place those stop bars to allow vehicles on the perpendicular roads
Right.
to make appropriate turn.
Right.
So if you notice, if you drive over that stop bar and you stay there and there's a truck
I
trying to
don't,
make,
but-
I'm just saying, if you happen to notice somebody beyond the stop bar, if there's a truck trying to make that left or right-hand turn, you're most likely, that person is probably in the way. So we put those stop bars at those locations to make sure that vehicles on the other street can make appropriate turns without going into other travel lanes.
I understand that.
It's an enforcement issue.
Right, okay.
And also,
I'm still saying
look at
that.
Route 30 in Luella. So when you travel westbound on 30 at Luella, Stop bar is back from the signal. If you move up any closer, you can't see the signal anymore.
That happens all the time.
That's part of the problem.
And then they keep going through, because I walk there all the time, and then they just keep going through because they don't know there's a signal there. 'Cause they're
That's why
beyond stuff.
everybody's supposed to stop at the big white stop bar, though.
I know, but I think that can't be enforced enough in the world, or the message can't get out enough because people go way beyond the stop bar. And I was thinking if you had the light on the same side, it would stop people. That's all my thought.
Any other public comment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 5.
Wait, was there was more public comment.
Passed 5-0. The next
No,
item
no,
on
no,
the
wait, there was-
the next item on the
Point of order.
Point of order.
If there was public
There was
comment on
public
it,
comment.
There's just no reason to
I
not
didn't see any
allow it.
public comment.
Yes, you did. It was.
But Dan Sherwin, sometimes we see what we want to see or hear what we
You know
want
what,
to
Bill? You take more time by just being a J.
Rich, stop.
I have to say, again, and I'll give Commissioner Booker some credit here.
Stay on this issue, please. Don't go on other issues.
You haven't even heard my comments yet. Let's not borrow any more of my
I want your
time.
comment to be
Okay.
staff traffic only.
Well, here's the issue. This is now the second topic in a row that's involved traffic control devices, rather important topics, I would think. Both times Commissioner Booker has asked staff to respond, both times cut off. By way of comparison, 2 weeks ago, we had a 2-hour presentation from Biomed whose plan wasn't even included in your commissioner's pack.
And your point
So I would
is-
think, here's the point. If a commissioner makes a reasonable request for some staff input so that the public can hear and get the context, which I think was Commissioner Booker's point, it's entirely reasonable to
guess it
allow
was.
that staff member to actually respond to the commissioner
And
rather
we
than
did.
cutting it off. You did?
It was the
It didn't
third or
sound at
fourth
all
time.
like that to me.
Yeah,
It
well.
sounded like it took a member of the public to then come up and have her questions answered rather than having that staff person respond completely. His comments were cut off by you. I believe you said, "We got it."
The public
And with
got
the
it also.
prior-
Yeah.
And with the prior, please don't interrupt me, and with the prior topic, you cut Commissioner Booker and the inquiry off entirely. So again, there have been suggestions made by members of this board, most notably Commissioner Higgins, that it is the public that is causing these meetings to go unreasonably long. There's no evidence of that whatsoever. And when a commissioner, like Commissioner Booker, asks the staff for input so that the public has some context, the idea that that would be immediately shut down before the staff even comments in response
They already
is
commented.
extreme.
All right,
You know, if
thank
you
you,
keep
sir.
commenting
It's
when I'm speaking,
reprehensible.
but-
Bill, the whole
it's
point
public
to hear,
comment.
the whole
Excuse
point
me,
to
you're
have,
out of order. It's public
point of
comment.
order. The whole point is to have the public hear not just what we get privately in our packets and what we talk about privately in executive, but for the public to hear the input from our staff
Mr.
and have
Sherry.
a complete picture of the issue.
Mr. Sherry, you're
And
done.
I would-
You're out of order to cut people off, especially me.
Yeah, and again, I think that it is important always for the public to understand by reference and background what is going on. And again, if you're going to create the precedent that an entity like Biomed could come before this group and take 2 hours of the board's time to address a plan that was never even put before the Planning Commission, it is utterly inconsistent to cut off staff in response to a reasonable request for some context made by a commissioner.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Oh, we already voted, that's right. All right, can I have a resolution for item number N?
Did we do L?
What about L, Bill?
JK. It is L I'm talking about. Can I have a resolution for item number
I
L?
move that we approve Resolution 2015-15, entering into an agreement with Constellation Energy for the purchase of green power.
I'll second it.
Commissioner comment?
Yes. Bill, we had asked about a request for some additional information on this item. Did we see that, or
Yeah,
would you like to review that for us?
Yeah, the last meeting, a couple of the commissioners had asked for, in addition to the renewable energy pricing, what the pricing would look like if we did not go with renewable energy. That was included in the legislative summary, which was in the packet. In addition, we included 2 spreadsheets that list all 28 of the township's electric accounts, what their kilowatt hours are, along with the proposed pricing through Constellation and PECO's price to compare. And so those spreadsheets show all the differences there, too.
Yes.
At the same time, we have a representative from Constellation Energy who can answer any detailed related questions that the board may have, as well as members from the Green Team that worked with staff to come up with this recommendation.
Sorry, Bill.
Any other commissioner comment?
Yeah, well, would you like to,
Yeah, I'll
are you
make a
going to go
quick
through them?
I just want to make a big comment that, first of all, Bill, thank you for getting all the numbers together, because it makes the decision very easy, very easy.
Well, as much as I'd like to take credit for that, it's actually the Green Team and the work of the volunteers that participate on that committee that did a lot of the legwork.
Well, thank you to anyone that helped with this. The bottom line is, the wind energy looks like it's 1/10 of 1 cent more expensive, but in my opinion, it makes a world of difference. So I'm willing to spend that 1/10 of 1 cent per kilowatt more to get this renewable energy in place. Thank you.
I'd like to add that we have been told, and as was presented to us by the EAC, that this one particular measure, adopting wind energy, is probably the most meaningful thing that we can do to really reduce our carbon footprint upfront and in one fell swoop. So I'm thrilled to support this. I think it is money well spent, the $3,000 difference that it makes over 10 years. I would just like to also remind everyone that this comes out of our greenhouse reduction plan, which has many, many, many other recommendations. And this is a big, we're getting a big wallop out of this one, but there are many others that we continue to strive to achieve. And the Green Team of our township and of the EAC continue to work towards achieving all of the other suggestions that are in our greenhouse reduction plan.
It's nice to be able to vote for this. I've been asking our state and federal legislators to do something on the environment for 40 years, and now I can say that I'm contributing to it. We have a number of people here from the EAC and just individual residents that are supporting this, and perhaps you want to invite them to come up and talk about it, Bill.
Comments from the public?
Sarah Pilling from Garrett Hill. I'm all in favor of this, but I want you to know that last December I received several calls from this company, and it was a fait accompli as far as they were concerned, and I would help the township by signing on and blah, blah, blah. And when I said to them, but I'm already buying wind energy, but from another company, I was not very pleased with their response. So I just wish they'd been a little more clear that this had not been voted through. I think it's wonderful that the township's doing it, but as one person, I felt quite a bit of pressure, and it was something I couldn't accomplish. I would have to leave the company I was with to go back to PECO to go with them. So there was an extra step, and actually my energy is less than Consolidated. So I just wanted to say that there was quite a bit of pressure I felt from this company to sign up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, Bill, it does cost more to use this energy, we said, right? This is more. It's not a savings over.
Well, it's when you compare the two different Constellation Energy prices, it costs, as Commissioner Fisher pointed out, slightly more to go with the renewable energy. But when you compare it to what PECO is quoting as their price to compare, in either case, it's savings under what we're paying today to PECO. And that's identified on the two spreadsheets.
Yes, sir.
I'm Josh Hilbert, Chairman of the Environmental Advisory Council. I should have prepared a statement. In September 2007, the Radnor Township Board of Commissioners adopted Resolution 2007-24 and declared its intent to endorse the U.S. Mayor's Climate Protection Agreement, which calls upon cities across the United States to join in establishing goals, strategies to reduce their emissions of greenhouse gases. The commissioners recognize the need to anticipate rising energy costs and to continue Radnor's leadership role in environmental protection. The commissioners tasked the Radnor Township Environmental Advisory Council with coordinating an inventory of our greenhouse gas emissions and developing an action plan to limit the increase in township energy costs and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. In 2012, the Board of Commissioners passed a resolution 2012-90 supporting the Greenhouse Gas Action Plan that the EAC prepared, stating that the board, quote, believes that the recommendations in the action plan present potentially worthwhile opportunities for the township to decrease its emissions and to provide environmental leadership in the community, and that some of the ideas may also result in cost savings to the township, end quote. The EAC is pleased to confirm that the switch to 100% national wind power will save the township nearly $37,000 annually when compared to 2014 operating expenses. Additionally, the measure will reduce Radnor's carbon emissions by 25%. On a cost basis, this measure is a very effective way to reduce the township's carbon footprint. It is also likely the largest single measure opportunity to do so. The EAC acknowledges that electricity produced by non-renewable sources can be purchased at a lower first cost. Indeed, Radnor has a quote that is nearly $3,000 cheaper than the 100% national wind quote. However, the long-term costs of not reducing our greenhouse gas emissions may prove to be even more than that. The implementation of this measure demonstrates that Radnor Township is a leader in reducing emissions that are attributed to causing global climate change. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm back at the right time. Sorry for jumping the gun earlier. I'm Ginny Kreitler. I live at 646 Lakeview Circle in Ward 4. I'm also a board member of the Radnor Conservancy. I'm here tonight to urge you to vote in support of the Green Power purchase agreement that's been brought forward to your attention this evening. My interest in this issue is professional as well as personal. I am the lead staff person on energy and environmental issues for the National Audubon Society's Policy Office. And to switch to clean energy resources from traditional is really the most important single step you can take if you want to take positive action on climate change. So for our township to be moving forward on this is a really important step for us. Of course, Radnor Township single-handedly is not going to solve the global greenhouse gas emissions problems of the world, but our town and other towns and cities across the country do have a role to play on this issue, and indeed thousands of cities and towns across America are acting on climate change by implementing their local climate action plans. The most articulate statement I've seen by anybody on the importance of taking action on climate change actually was by Hank Paulson last year. And I want to just read you a couple things from his statement on that because I think it's compelling perspective on this. And he says, I was Secretary of the Treasury when the credit bubble burst, so I think it's fair to say that I know a little bit about risk, assessing outcomes, and problem solving. And he continued to say that it is easy to see the similarities between the financial crisis and the climate challenge we now face. The outsized risks involved in each case have the potential to be tremendously damaging, and climate change is a more intractable problem than the financial crisis of 5 years ago. The decisions we're making today are locking us in for long-term consequences that we will not be able to change, but only adapt to, and at enormous cost. Viewing climate change in terms of risk assessment and risk management makes clear to me that waiting for more information before acting is actually taking a very radical risk. We will never know enough to resolve all of the uncertainties, but we know enough to recognize that we must act now. So it's in that spirit of recognizing that we need to act now that I stand before you here tonight and ask you to approve the green power purchasing arrangement that's been brought before you. This Board of Commissioners endorsed the Township's Greenhouse Action Plan in 2012, and one of the principal recommendations in that plan was to switch to clean renewable power. You have a proposal to do just that before you this evening, and it will reduce our carbon footprint by 25%. It's not only a 25% reduction, it's one of the simplest steps to reduce carbon that you're ever going to see. You don't need to invest in more staff. You don't need to invest in more capital. It's going to be a simple agreement, and no one has to think about it again for 2 more years. It just doesn't get any easier than this, and we're going to save $30,000 plus in change as well. So I urge you to vote for this. It's a winning solution, both in terms of doing the right thing for the environment and for the township's bottom line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Stern, Wayne. I support this resolution wholeheartedly for any number of reasons. I do want to clarify two things. On the agenda, it says that the company is Constellation. I do believe that it's Constellation, which is actually a PICO subsidiary, I'm pretty sure. My question is to you, and I'm glad to hear that the EAC is here. I remember as a child growing up in Massachusetts, for however our township pulled it off, we actually bought our electricity through the town. And while I'm not suggesting that you take on that particular role here in Radnor Township, if I could get a rate of 6.5 cents an hour for electric generation, I'd be thrilled as a residential customer. So if the EAC could perhaps, or if you would consider asking the EAC to look at if there are ways that residents could, in bulk, also participate in a program such as this. We could be leaders in a township that says we want to be a green town. These are very good competitive rates for, I assume this is generation, not, this is for a generation, not for there's transmission charges on top of it, but 6.5 cents for a kilowatt of generation is a really fabulous price, particularly fixed. So, if there's ways that we can even take further steps and find residential ways to do that as a group, that would be really something. So, thank you.
All those in favor of the motion? Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-1. Chief, I apologize. I didn't know the consent agenda was going to go this long. I should have moved your presentation up. It will never happen again, I promise you.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. A lot of these officers came here on their own time. They hired babysitters. They had their children with them, and it was a heroic act where they save a college professor's life on campus. But hopefully next time we'll be able to give them the recognition that they deserve.
I set up the agenda, and if there's any more letters of commendation, they will happen right after public participation, I promise you. I'm sorry. Apologize on behalf of the commissioners. All right, can I have well, let's discuss item number 9. N. Give a motion to deny the certificate of appropriateness. Yes, sir.
I'm George Brosman. I represent the applicant whose certificate of appropriateness is before you this evening. It's for the properties at 120 and 124 Bloomingdale Avenue. Those properties are zoned R5 Residence District. They're also in the South Wayne Historic District. The R5 district allows a multitude of residential uses. We had appeared before you with this project informally, I believe it was back in August, and then we had appeared before the HARB informally back in September with a plan that would basically put a couple of single-family dwellings at 124 Bloomingdale Avenue. It would retain the historic structure at 120 Bloomingdale Avenue and build some townhomes in the back. After we got some fairly positive feedback, we had revised the plans. We cut the density down and did a lot of other improvements on the plan, and we officially filed the plan and went to the Planning Commission. I believe it was in October or November. We got a lot of feedback from them that caused us to do a second engineered plan that went in a different direction. The two single-family homes that we had initially showed you and the HARB were taken off the board, and we proposed townhomes on 124 Bloomingdale Avenue. Lo and behold, then, when we took that plan back to the HARB, after having worked on it with the Planning Commission and the staff, we've got the motion that's before you, or the recommendation that's before you from HARB. To basically put it simply, they didn't like the plan as it had evolved. They preferred that we stick more with the original concept that we had showed you all, which would be single-family dwellings on Bloomingdale. And I have the plan that, basically the plan that we ended up going to. I don't know if anybody could put it up here. This is a version of the plan that was in front of HARB. The only difference is that these three dwelling units were over here, and these two dwelling units were over here. But as you can see, we We kept the setback consistent with the historic building here at 120 Bloomingdale, and we kept that consistent here. And we came up with tried to come up with a nice residential-looking streetscape, which is this plan, which are the multiple family dwellings. This is the driveway in leading from Bloomingdale. And we tried to keep it in character with the other building at 120. Oh, I didn't get it on there. And I should say, I forgot to say at the beginning, I think it was clear, but there's commercial uses on these properties now that aren't permitted in the zone. So our project, under any iteration, will retire those commercial uses and put in conforming residential uses, which we think is good for the street. It's more in keeping with the historic development of the area, and it complies with zoning. So this was basically, you can see in the comments that you have from Harb, they didn't like this concept because they felt it didn't give the appearance of single-family dwellings, and there were some other comments that kind of related to that. I think they do kind of look like single-family dwellings, but in fact they're not. So what we wanted to share was this. This is more like what we showed you back in September or August. This has not been officially filed yet, but we're trying to get some direction. Should we stay with the plan that we have, or should we go back to single-family dwellings? So this is the house to be preserved at 120. This would be 2 new single-family dwellings with porches facing Bloomingdale, and then with the multifamily in the back. We believe this plan would meet all of the area and bulk requirements of the R5. And then this is an initial concept, again, showing these as single-family dwellings facing Bloomingdale. This is the multi-dwelling in the back. It's set back further than it looks here. So we're basically, we know you have the motion to deny what we had. I suppose if you were to follow through with Harb's recommendation, in a sense, you would be saying you prefer the single-family detached dwellings because the reason for denial was essentially that they weren't single-family detached dwellings. But while this motion was up, we did want to get your feedback. Should we pursue the single-family dwellings as Harb has wanted? If we get some feedback on that, we're willing to pursue that. We will need to go to the zoning hearing board for some relief, for some slopes. But we're willing to proceed with that to see if we would get that relief. And we like either plan. We think this is a good plan, and we're willing to pursue it. I think there's some other members of the public here that might like to speak as well. And I don't know if there's any questions for me at this point.
I have a few. Sorry. So Kevin Kachanski, can you tell us, have we made a determination on the zoning of either plan?
There are outstanding zoning issues that have been identified through the land development process.
So both of them are non-compliant from the zoning perspective, and they have to get relief?
There are sections of the zoning that need relief, correct.
Yeah. So I guess it's a little bit of a catch-22. For me, I'm probably more inclined to, I could be inclined to vote in a way that is contrary to the recommendation of the Harb, but I am not inclined to vote that way unless I know that the zoning unless it's compliant with zoning. So in a situation like this, I would want to see compliance with zoning, and then I'll be open-minded about a position that might be contrary to what the Harb has taken.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what Kevin has in mind. I believe our use complies. The only issue that I'm aware of is there may be steep slope relief needed, and we would flesh that out and go forward for that relief. And that's pretty common on a lot of plans that come before you. We believe.
Mr. Brosman, is that on both plans?
I
would assume.
Yes.
Yeah, and the concern that I would have would be that the steep slopes would affect the number of units. So my hesitancy tonight is that as I see it, you're asking us to if you ask us to go against the recommendation of the HARB, that would essentially define the number of units, when that might not be the accurate number of units because the zoning might reduce the number of units.
Yeah, we're not trying to do that. We're just trying to get direction. We know we'll need relief on either one. Which one should we pursue? Because we've been going for 8 months. We had one plan, and then we went to another plan. So we'll have to deal with the slopes on either plan, and hopefully we'll get the relief. And we just wanted to get direction from the commissioners, because ultimately you'll be the ones who will have to decide, should we go with the single families, and is the streetscape on Bloomingdale more important, or should we, not go with that and go with our full townhouse plan?
So
Well,
I want to,
go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Elaine, do you want to?
You go ahead first.
I think kind of what Don said. I'm actually inclined to support the HARB decision unless there's some compelling reason not to. And, so if this plan is not compliant with the HARB ordinance and the HARB's vote, then I'm going to, I'll vote to deny the certificate. So, and if there are zoning issues, that's not for us to decide here tonight. So whether or not you can fit on that lot, what you plan to fit on that lot with the zoning, that's not really for us to decide either way.
Yeah, and we're not, I'm not asking that.
Yeah, so, but we shouldn't even consider that for,
Right.
this is.
I'm just trying to say, do you want the single
for
families
us.
facing Bloomingdale, or
that's
should
the way
we stay with the townhomes?
The single family facing Bloomingdale, as I understand, is the way the HARB ordinance reads. So
Yes.
the home shall front the road. And we've had these issues before where people don't want to front the road because they can fit higher densities in if they do something other than that. So I'm not going to support, I'll be voting to deny the certificate on this.
Well, I am inclined as well to go with what HARB has suggested here. I mean, this is precisely the type of expertise that we rely upon them for, and I can see the logic behind it. However, I have to be honest, I didn't watch the HARB meeting, so I don't know the nuances of what their finding was based on, but reading through this, I didn't take it as an outright rejection of the design of the structure. I took it as a rejection of the facade, basically, and a rejection of the false front that looks like a false front. So, I mean, I think it could be cured with a redesign of the building, regardless of whether it's a single-family home or a townhome. But I could be wrong. I wasn't there for the discussion. But to me, that's what that finding that they've given us looks like, that they've rejected the appearance of these as false fronts in the neighborhood, as not being in kind with the neighborhood. And to that end, I don't really have an opinion as to whether it should be a single-family home or a multi-dwelling. It's really more the appearance of it to fit in, suitable to the neighborhood.
George, it looks like there are 4 reasons that the board, the HARB board, turned you down. Section 178(7)(c)(3), character-defining development patterns. Is that something you're asking us now? Well, let me just go through them. And preserving the overall relationship amongst the buildings within the historic district. And then the street-facing elevations were false-fronted, as Elaine talked about. And then the presentation had some inaccuracies as well with regard to the coordination of information shown between the site plan and the renderings. Of those 4, how many of those are you able to fix easily, and how many do you want our advice on?
They all can be fixed. I believe they all can be fixed on the single-family plan, and then even on the other plan, if you read it to not require single-family detached dwellings, they could all be fixed on the other plan. I felt that Harb really wanted the single-family dwellings that they had seen in our informal presentation, but we could certainly address all the other comments with either design. We can shift some things around, and we would do that as we went forward. And, you know, there's a lot of other uses permitted in the R5 district, other types of residential that we could go to, too, if these plans don't work, either one of these. But we don't want to do that. I think it might be a chance we could get more density. We could basically go to apartments, which is the predominant use on the block and the next couple of blocks. But we're trying to pursue these two plans because the original concept when we came to see Harb was, you know, we're trying to recreate this setback along Bloomingdale that's kind of set out by this beautiful building here, which is now the Newman Art Galleries.
George, could you go back to Harb? Why not go back to Harb and have this discussion at Harb? I mean, to me, that's the logical thing. I'm not hearing strong preference one way or another from the board, but based upon experience and what I'm hearing tonight, there's strong preference for the Harb's recommendation. So
Right.
my sense is the prudent thing to do is to go back to the Harb and put this question to the Harb and try to get a clean approval from the
Right.
Harb. I don't know if others feel differently, but that's...
Well, I think the Harb was pretty clear. I mean, I was there, and they wanted the single-family dwellings. Elaine is right. They made these other comments, I guess, as backstops, but it was very clear to me that they really wanted the single-family dwellings. This was going to go back to be a single-family, and they wanted these two to be single-family. So I feel like we know what Harb wants. But since we had two different versions of the plan, and, you know, the Planning Commission, when we were there back in November, recommended denial of a different iteration of this plan, so we felt like we could go back and forth between the Planning Commission and Harb, and ultimately we have to end up in front of you. We wanted to see what feedback we could get from you.
All right, well, I'll give you my feedback. My feedback is that I don't sense a strong preference one way or another, and my sense is the prudent thing to do is to go to Harb, get Harb's opinion, and try to emerge from Harb with a clean endorsement from the Harb.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to go back to Harb next because I feel like they've spoken. We'll probably go to the zoning board with one of these concepts or some other new concept that we haven't done yet. And then when we get further down that road, we'll go back to Harb. I think that's how we'll proceed. So we were hoping to have your feedback as we go forward. And I know there are some public that wants to speak.
Susan Stern-Wayne, I'm actually going to comment on two things. It is sad that in the last 15 or 20 minutes, about 15 or 20 young people, our future leaders, have walked out of here because in a plan that should never have had 2 seconds of discussion tonight has taken up yet another 20 minutes. Did you see all the young people walk out the door? Those are your voters. Those are kids. This room has never been this filled. You couldn't give a commendation tonight to life-saving police officers because you're here sending the message because of last month's 2-hour discussion with Biomed where an applicant brought in a brand new plan nobody had ever seen, staff had never seen, and you let them come by paper and talk for 2 hours. One attorney got away with it, so of course the next one has started it. Guess what? The Harb recommendation came on a plan the Planning Commission hasn't seen because between planning and Harb, when we tabled or we recommended denial, they changed their plan and brought a new plan to Harb to see what they can get there. And then because they didn't get what they wanted at Harb, they've come up with yet another brand new plan tonight no one has seen. And I don't care that I haven't seen it as Planning Commission, as a personal Planning Commission member. I care that you, once again as a board, have sent the message to your staff that their input and their feedback theirs is the most important. You should have immediately said to this applicant, we're not looking at a new plan. Go work with staff. That's the process. Go work out most of your problems with staff because they know your zoning. They are your paid experts. Send it to planning, and guess what? Send the same plan to Harb. And stop bringing in brand-new plans every 5 minutes and spending all this time talking about them and usurping the process and chasing away the public who came out to speak and be a part of your process. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to move to, this hasn't been moved yet, I'll move to deny the certificate of appropriateness consistent with the HARB decision. This is the HARB 2014-25.
Commissioner
Public
comment?
I think it's public comment still.
We're still public comment.
Fine, you still need a motion on the table, so.
Okay.
Yes, hi. My name is Drew Saunders, and it's Newman and Saunders Galleries, the building at 120 Bloomingdale Avenue, that they're trying to preserve as a single-family residence. And the building next to me at 124 is the one that they want to demolish. So that's who I am. I graduated from Radnor. I've been at this at the gallery for 33 years now. We've owned the building for 35 years. And just quickly, because I know that there are tensions about, but this is Bloomingdale Avenue here. And you can see this is the gallery. This is my gallery here. There are rental apartments, rental apartments, rental apartments, rental apartments, commercial, 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 commercial. So there are no single-family homes here. There are no residents. There are no families at all.
Pull
I'm
the
sorry.
mic-
So there are no.
Pull it up towards you.
Okay. There are really no families, residences on this, which was the first street in Wayne. So it's historic. Henry Askin wanted it to be a residence close to a commercial district, and there aren't any there. So his dream was sort of, well, it's not working. So anyway, I obviously endorse this plan. I think it'd be wonderful. I'm really committed to this location and to this street and all of the rest. I have a lot involved and invested in this. But there are 7 buildings similar to mine, that sort of Second Empire architecture that Askin built in the 1870s. 7 of them. 6 of the owners of these buildings, of these properties, endorse this plan. The 7th one, who owns the building, he doesn't live there, and he wouldn't agree to anything anyway. But I'm just going to read briefly the endorsements from 2 of the owners who own 4 of the properties. Parker Blashford and his group own the property directly across the street from the gallery. There are 2 of them there. And he said, "Dear Drew, I've reviewed the subject plans with the other owners of our property across the street, and we are pleased to say we have no objections to the proposal. We also think it would be an attractive and appropriate improvement to the street. Feel free to share this with whomever." Gary McLean, who owns 2 of the buildings, their apartments as well. 2 of them, if you're looking at my gallery, to the right of me, on Lenore and Bloomingdale. And he said, "I have reviewed the plans for the demolition of 124 Bloomingdale and the construction of 5 units located at 120 and 124 Bloomingdale Avenue. I feel as a property owner of 108 and 114 Bloomingdale that this plan will drastically improve the street's appearance and value to revitalize the neighborhood. I am happy with the plans presented to Radnor Township, and I'm in full support." And there's Eileen Ware, who owns the property directly across the street and down just a bit from me. She's here tonight and would like to speak in favor of it as well. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
We've already decided this is going back to HARB.
Okay.
So
All right.
But she came, she can speak.
We didn't vote yet.
Mrs. Ware?
Yeah, we didn't start.
Oh, good evening. I'm Eileen Wolfram Ware, owner of 125 Bloomingdale Avenue, directly across the street from the property.
Can you pull the mic a little closer to your mouth? Thank you.
Closer? All right. My property was purchased in 1938 by my parents, Irving and Helen Wolfgram, remained in the family. Now, the following is a brief history to explain my decision. Bloomingdale was an avenue of stately homes designed by Henry Askin and built between 1871 and 1872, the era of the horse and carriage. Each house had a stable and land to exercise the horses. In 1938, when we moved there, the majority of the families were original owners. whose friendship provided me with warm memories. I have high hopes that the new homes that Mr. Benson proposes will attract residents with an appreciation of the avenue history. Therefore, I endorse the plan.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to be very brief. And we've worked with all your boards. We've worked with all your consultants for 8 months. I've had multiple meetings with all your staff. Either one of these plans could be built. And we're simply asking if you'd like us to follow the Harb's recommendation to do single-family homes in the front or not. And I don't think that's too much to ask. You're the only authority in the township that can give direction. Planning Commission staff have directed us in that direction for 8 months. Harb just told us they want this. If we provide this and they approve it, are you okay with us proceeding in that direction?
Don Curley recommended that you go and get Harb's approval, and that's what I think this board's recommending.
And I don't think that the board can, I don't think the board can bind itself to a, I don't think it wants to, nor do I think it could bind itself to a decision. I think what you hear is not strong preference on either of those. Go to the Harb and get approval from the Harb.
Okay, we will do that. And George just requested we'll take the need for a motion away. We'll go back to Harb. We'll go back to the Planning Commission. We'll go back to Shade Tree, where we've gotten approvals on 3 other plans. But we'll do that again, and we'll go to the single-family units, and hopefully we can then come back to you in a couple of months and gain your approval. Thank you.
I just handed up a letter. We'll go back to Harb. So I have formally withdrawn the pending application. I've handed that to Kevin, and I've given a copy to John Rice. So it's withdrawn.
All right, John?
Yeah, I'll remove my motion.
So I do want to just say for the record, I don't think that we did anything wrong tonight. Susan, I certainly respect your opinion. I don't know if you're here. But I don't think that anything that we did tonight was inappropriate. The applicant was denied. The applicant came and asked for some direction regarding the denial. In my opinion, what we did was appropriate. And I certainly don't think we did anything to, I forget how you characterize it, something like drive the young people out of the room. I don't feel like we did anything like that. So I thought we behaved appropriately tonight and handled the matter appropriately.
Yeah, but I understand the sentiment. We can't have applicants bring in menus of choices for us to review at these meetings. Whatever's on the agenda, whatever item is on our agenda is the item we should be discussing. And we don't want applicants to bring in choices B and C. And it's not appropriate, it's not fair to the public, it's not fair to us. These meetings are taking longer and longer because of that. So just with all due respect to the applicants, I understand they also feel a lot of pressure to get these projects done and to take advantage of the time in front of us. But really, a lot of that can be done offline. It doesn't need to be done here. If this is coming to us from the Harb with a recommendation of denial, at least for me, I really take a lot of value from that recommendation. So if you can get approval with the Harb on some plan, then I will take it into consideration and, in many cases, vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Cheryl Tamola, and I worked many years on the historic certification of South Wayne. And I think the whole reason that we have a Harb is aesthetics. And I think that the thing, whether you put 5 houses there or 5 apartments there or whatever you put there, this plan falls far short of fitting into our historic community. And this street, above all, it is the first street in Wayne where these houses were developed. Each of the homes that these people have spoken about, the gallery and Mrs. Ware's property, are beautiful examples of their period. And this is a very poor example of even our period, design-wise. It has no fineness. It's kind of egregious for as far as aesthetics go. And the whole reason that we ever set up a historic district was to keep the aesthetic sense of the community, to show our history. And new things can fit into that, but this isn't it. And I think that's why you are kind of conflicted of how to decide with this, because both plans were not what we look for a development in an historic district. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it under N. And we next have appointments to various boards and commissions.
I'll move to appoint Kirsten Krug to the CARFAC, the Citizens Audit Review Financial Advisory Committee.
Second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Apologize, Krug.
Commissioner comment, public comment, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes 6-0. The next item is discussion in regards to cell towers in township parks.
I think you've got an award or recognition, Mr. President.
What's that?
We have a recognition.
Oh, are we going to do that?
One, we have one here.
One recognition, I'm sorry. Letters of recognition.
Good evening. I want to take an opportunity to invite Commissioner Elaine Schaefer down with me to give this recognition to Villanova University. Chris Kowalski's here tonight to receive this recognition on behalf of Villanova University. What I want to do is I want to take an opportunity to thank Villanova University. For many years, they've supported the Radnor Youth Basketball Program by enabling us the ability to use St. Mary's Gym. And of course, this year we had the opportunity for a lot of our championship games to be played at the Pavilion. So for a lot of the players, young players, going into the grand, of course, ambiance of the Pavilion, they had the opportunity to play right there where a lot of the members of the basketball team have played. So it was a tremendous opportunity. So I want to say thank you to Chris tonight, of course, and to all of the members of the Villanova University athletics team who helps us and works with us throughout the course of the season by giving you this beautiful crystal that says, "Thank you for your generous support of the Radnor Youth Basketball Program 2015." So that's yours.
And now we're going to have a discussion in regards to cell towers in township parks.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. This is one item that I know we started looking at these going way back to 2010. We've had conversations and looking at different areas here at the township, and it was based out of communications for safety services throughout the community and how we could best look at covering these and looking at also to the opportunities of public-private partnership. We know cell towers are not the most beautiful of items that are very attractive to look at. We know they've morphed over the years to look better and better. I know some look like, I guess the best thing is steel with pipe cleaners coming out of it, but we know they've improved over the years. And then also too, looking at working with the safety forces too of the different coverage areas. So we've been looking at that for a while. The Parks Board was engaged in this process going back a while and have looked at this as well. We've had some community input. So tonight we bring this to you, and what we're looking for from the board is some consensus from you if this is something that the board is interested in pursuing further. At that point, your decision tonight would be then what we're looking for is if you think we should pursue this, to go back to the Parks Board and look at again to let them to pursue if these things where they would be cited, what they would look like and that, and work through that entire process. So this isn't like a decision tonight that we're looking for you to make, just a consensus of this is something that you'd like us to pursue and then go back to the Parks Board. So Tammy, I'm going to ask you to take it from there.
Sure. Coming from the perspective of communications at each of these sites, three of which that are being looked at, of course, have been the Willows, Ithan Valley Park, and Fenimore Woods. I can speak to the acknowledgement of the communication gaps that have existed over the years. At each of these sites, activity has increased. So not only do we have the informal usage of the parks and by the public that goes on a regular basis, but from a formalized activity standpoint, a lot of that has increased significantly over the last few years. So taking a look at the Willows, we've seen 4 major events that happen there over the course of a year, with concerts, the backyard campout, things like that, where we're bringing, hundreds and if not close to 1,000, 1,500 to 2,000 people even at times for different parks events that happen. As a matter of fact, our pumpkin patch event that happens over there, we had close to 5,500 people that were involved. So the need for the communications at that site is very significant, and it's something where we have had failures in communications. Okay, so and having folks that have been at the mansion, and then folks trying to communicate when we've been trying to deliver fireworks over the pond, and having people stationed at the pond, we've had gaps in being able to send a text message through, to be able to have communication. So when we know those things are going to go off, we know that in trying to communicate with folks that have been over at the garden and we've been at the mansion, we know that there have been hiccups, there have been gaps, phone calls, depending on certain services that you have, some gaps failed more so than others, depending on what that is. We also know that there's a major operation that's going to be happening, of course, at the Willows soon with our partnership with the Willows LLC, and we know that, of course, we have spoken with those folks at length, and they, of course, have voiced, significant concern, to be able to make sure that there's communication in the event that there's any emergencies. The trail usage is another key one that happens at the Willows, and we know that's really important in order for able to get critical communications through. At Ithan Valley Park, we have a group, a friends group, as many of you may know, the Friends of Ithan Valley Park, that have been working through a tree identification process there and a trail restoration process so that we can bring more people into the park and more people to the site. Over at Fenimore Woods, which is another area we've experienced gaps in communications. We have heavy usage by facility renters for the picnic facility. We know that in trying to communicate between the pavilion area and the pond, there's been hiccups with that. There's been gaps in needing to get communications through. And there's a very popular playground, of course, that sits right over at Fenimore Woods. We get tons of families that are over there using the facility, and we've gotten the feedback to indicate that there have been significant experiences in the lack of ability to communicate. And at all of these sites, there's a significant amount of programming, of course, that's going on too. So we know that that's critical. And in going through the Parks Board and working through the process over course of the last year to 2 years, where we started talking about this, the more that we've heard from people in the nearby areas is that the communications are critical and it's needed. So hence, walking down this road. So I wanted to take an opportunity, of course, to now at this point pass it over to the police department so that they could talk from some of the experiences that they have had from emergency communication, safety communication standpoint.
Yes, Mr. President, Commissioners, we look at it to piggyback on what Tammy said. Communication is a key, especially for first responders. That is literally a lifeline for police and firefighters. Having said that, what we're going to do is Lieutenant Flanagan is going to elaborate a little bit further from the township perspective. And then we have a gentleman from the county works with Delcom, and he will follow Lieutenant Flanagan.
We did make one presentation before to the Parks Board where we discussed basically how not only do we respond to emergencies, but primarily how do they come in. In some of these sites that Tammy Cohen reviewed, in particular the Willows, we've received several complaints from people when they attempt to use their cell phone and they're unable to get through. So not only can we get police, fire, EMS, depending on the respective emergency, but it definitely has an effect on cell phone coverage. Even some of the events, we've had to bring backup radios because we're not even able to communicate with the township staff at that site. So it starts from the beginning when people can't make calls. A lot of these people's cell phones also go dead because they're searching for a signal. I don't know if people have experienced that before, but we have definitely had complaints. Obviously, there's different types of accidents, car accidents down there, sometimes sledding accidents. So we are definitely encouraging the board to consider that to make Radnor safer and make 911 response a little bit quicker. I'm going to let Steve G talk about the increase in 911 calls as opposed to the landlines that they're facing.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Steve Giancristoforo. I'm with Delaware County Emergency Services. I'm the Communications Systems Manager. I oversee all of the communications infrastructure, all 42 sites throughout Delaware County that provide us with the police, fire, and EMS communications. These 3 sites you're speaking of would give us great benefit in improving the talkback capability of police, fire, and EMS, especially when we're on portable radios. Our radio system is not just radio to radio with nothing in between. Our radio system consists of transmitters, receivers, and sites, all connected back to the 911 system by either telephone line or microwave. The 2 transmitters that service Radnor Township are located here at the building and also on top of Radnor House. But there's a system of receivers. There's 5 receivers throughout Radnor Township that pick up the signal and bring it back to the 911 center. Adding these 3 sites would give us great benefit. The Willows has always been a dead zone for both cell communications and police, fire, and EMS communications. The site at Ithan Valley Park, we have a small receiver right now at Academy of Notre Dame. We would move that receiver over to the Ithan Valley Park location, which would give us better coverage along 320. And also the North End site, the Fenimore Wood site, we would replace the site at the Wayne Hotel, which we have a small receiver site there. Those 3 sites sit right directly in where we need radio coverage, talkback coverage. As far as the 911 calls, right now our cell phone calls coming into 911 has increased to 80% as opposed to 20% of landline. So more and more 911 centers are facing a critical need of being able to receive these cell phone calls. So although the cell sites are not pretty, they do serve a very important purpose of allowing the people to access 911 when they need help. So the addition of these 3 sites would give us great improvement both on the telephone end and also on the radio end as far as allowing talk back to the 911 center. Thank you.
And this time, we'll ask the board for questions or the public for questions.
I've got a couple technical questions. Actually, Steve, I may need to ask you to better understand this technology. It was a number of years ago that the cell phone companies had announced mini cells or mesh networks, and apparently that technology really hasn't taken hold. No. The idea was to put some very small antennas on telephone poles, have them connected through fiber. And we haven't, so I guess the question is, I assume that hasn't worked. That is not being done.
Those backhaul sites never really panned out. Although being aesthetically not pleasing in and around the neighborhoods, they just don't have, in cell coverage and radio coverage, height is everything. And those sites are just not high enough to be able to provide coverage. You know, just a couple blocks coverage for each one of them, they'd have to put 1 million of them up to have the same coverage as a 100 or 120-foot tower.
Right.
So they're just not high enough.
Yeah, they need to put them, virtually every neighborhood would need, every area of a neighborhood would need one. The other question I had was, you mentioned that your service, the Delcom system, that has receivers that are located at different sites to help improve the talkback.
Yes.
Would it be possible to put these talkback receivers at the Willows without having a large tower, or is it better to have a tower?
No, because, like I say, in radio, height is everything, and you could put a receiver at the Willows, but if you have the antenna on the roof, it's only going to cover 1/8 of a mile around the building.
So it's line of sight. So
exactly.
we need to have it high enough to reach as far as we can.
A police officer carries a portable that's 4 watts of power. So when he transmits, we need to have a tower tall enough, okay, with enough capability of enough capacity to be able to receive that signal. A roof antenna is not going to work.
Okay, the other question I had, and you may not be able to answer this, but I don't really know. Is there cell coverage at the Willows now?
Virtually none.
Yeah, so
I can tell you.
So we kind of have a public safety issue here where there are no longer payphones, right? We can all agree on this, right? So if I'm at the park and I have a 911 emergency, I have to get in the car and drive to the top of the hill somewhere in hopes of getting cell coverage. That doesn't sound like, to me, like a very safe public safety system. So, you know, this is new. This is an evolution here. And I'm bringing this up because really the promise was that we were going to have these microcells all over the place, and the need for these big towers were going to go away. And yet that hasn't happened. That technology doesn't seem to be working. So I think I'm just trying to get a synopsis of the technology. But it sounds like we need a tall tower structure, something.
At least 100-foot, 120-foot.
Yeah, and at the other two park areas that you mentioned, to get good cell coverage and also to allow good talk back with the police and fire.
And as part of the negotiations, the township would negotiate with the carriers to make sure that public safety gets the top part. Okay, so that, you know, I know the township has a channel that they use, their TAC channel, and also the Delaware County channels. One antenna or two antennas on the top of each one of those towers, that's all we would need.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, I have some comments, not questions.
Okay, thank you.
So, all right. I totally acknowledge and respect the fact that there are pockets of service challenges in the south side of the township. My own house doesn't have good cell service, so I'm on an everyday basis frustrated by it. But they are pockets. It's not whole neighborhoods. And in my opinion, I think that building a 120-foot cell tower is more than we need to solve this problem. My cell phone works on most of the Willows perfectly fine. There are definitely pockets that do not have service. But I don't believe we need to build a 120-foot tower to solve it. It may be the most economically efficient and attractive option for the cell companies to do that because they can co-locate and make a lot of money. But I, myself, am unequivocally and adamantly opposed to putting a 120-foot cell tower in the Willows Park or Skunk Hollow or the land that we just purchased at Ardrossan. You have to understand that the tower itself is one thing. It's 120 feet, taller than anything around, hence the reach of the signal. But it stands in a 50 by 50 cleared pad, which is a huge space. And so you're clearing out that bit of land, and you have to clear a road to get to and from this construction site where you're putting this. So granted, there are appropriate places for something like that. The Willows, Skunk Hollow, and Ardrossan are our cherished natural landscape, 200 acres of it, that this township has made a commitment and willingly paid out of our own pockets to fund, to keep it natural and to keep it beautiful to enjoy as sort of a break from our suburban density. You know, we're still paying the bonds off of when we purchased the Willows. And now we've just taken on the bonds for Ardrossan, 71 more acres. So to me, it's completely nonsensical to have made such an effort and such a sacrifice financially for all of our taxpayers to protect this beautiful, cherished landscape, keep it natural, and then disturb it, and in my opinion, devalue it and defile it with a humongous 50 by 50 clearing, a road to it, and a 150-foot tower. Now, I completely respect the need for increased communication ability there, and that's something we need to take very seriously and pursue. And it may be that we need to go with signal boosting micro towers that are more expensive and they're not as effective, and you need more of them. But in my experience and my opinion, it's not the entire swath of that area that has no service, it is pockets. And we need to identify the pockets and deal with them. I realize that having this type of tower will bring income, and that's another enticement. In my opinion, the income that has been put forward it's not that much, given what we're giving up. And I also see the need to fund our parks. We have underfunded our parks for the last 5 to 7 years. And so it's very tempting to look at this money. I mean, look what happened tonight. We took cell tower money and we're doing these amazing improvements to Enki, and that's really great news. However, that's from a cell tower that was already there. We're not, and it's in the back of a building that's already developed. It's not part of our park system that we cherish so dearly. Most of us do, not all of us. And the last thing I want to say is I really, really respect the Parks Board. I mean, literally everything they say I respect. They have put so much thought into this, and they have really thought long and hard. I see the need for funding, and that board wants to improve our parks. And this is a tempting way to get money to improve our parks. I think that board has seen budget season after budget season, and everything they put forward, nothing gets funded, and they're frustrated, and I don't blame them. But I don't believe the solution to that is to get it from defiling our parks. Now, you'll notice I didn't really comment on the Ithan Valley Park or the Fenimore Park. I don't have as strong feelings there, and I don't hear as much opposition from my residents that I represent about those two parks. So I'm sort of leaving that off the table at this point. But I wanted tonight, at the beginning of this discussion, to just be right up front. I've already really registered this feeling with Parks and Rec, so they know exactly how I feel, that to me this would be just shameful to disgrace our park, our Willows Park, Skunk Hollow, our Drawson landscape with this type of development.
Mr. President, if I may, just to respond, and I know Elaine probably thought I would respond, so I think in some areas there, as Elaine pointed out, the board is typical, not funding the park improvements. I know it's always not about the money, but we know that cell towers, the park had the opportunity years ago for a cell tower in the area of the Willows, and the township decided to pass. Radnor Valley Country Club enjoys $150,000 per year being paid to the country club that could have been to the township. Under this proposal here, the township would receive a one-time payment for the first 10 years of $565,000 to be invested into the Willows Park. And then it's beginning in year 11, then there would be a continual payment to the township, which would go for maintenance. I know we've got some calls from people in Ravenscliff that have problems, and that's a neighborhood right near the Willows. You have Skunk Hollow, that is wide open, so you would have a road. There's clearing, that's where we do our leaf collection and that. But I think the underlying point, and this is one that we have gone to, is there's issues of safety to the public. I see where you're at, Elaine, on this. You have this big investment, the open space, but also, too, as it comes down to when we have the vendor at the Willows telling us that when there's a wedding or some function and you can't get out, he had a problem trying to key out his phone. That becomes inherent now to a problem for residents, and I just want, when Steve's telling us from Delaware County, here's a problem, you've got to get height. And a lot of these come now, and I know the tower company sitting in the back there, you have flag poles and other things that they've come out with to make things look a little better. And I know the Parks Board, and Andy, the president, is back here. They've done a lot of work, and I know it's one, with all respect, Elaine, to you, it's just one that I would hate to see. There will be one that'll show up whether or not it's in Radnor Township or Newtown Square. There will be one that will go in this area. I would just like to see us be the recipient of this, because we know there's a lot of improvements that have to go into the Willows. And, at any particular time to raise taxes, it's never a good time to raise taxes. And these are the types of things we're looking at, public-private partnerships. I just think this is one that we send it back to the Parks Board. And I can tell you from the Parks Board, this is one that if it's the board decides to send it back to them, they're going to bring back something that does not look like your typical cell tower. Because I doubt they would send it back to you again without anything looking bad. And there was one that looked like a palm tree, but I think a palm tree would look a little bit out of place there.
Let me, Bob, I just have one question. We talked about we were talking macro cell. There's a macro cell tower with macro cell equipment. Was there any chance that equipment could be located at the Willows, and meaning at the facility at the Willows, and then cabled to the antenna? Was that ever discussed?
With the cell tower people, I don't know. They're here. I'm not sure if you want to speak to that.
I would. Yeah.
I'm not sure if they're.
We're in commission.
Sure.
Can we?
I'm with you. If we can, that's something where if you want to push that back and let the Parks Board talk with them again with staff, we can do that too.
Let me say it a different way. What I'd like to know is what are all the options for those sites?
Sure.
And that includes microcell.
Okay.
Because microcell may be dead for the masses, but this is exactly where microcells are used. They're used in cities everywhere. So the point is, you do need microcells, and the question is maybe we could just outfit the parks with microcells and eliminate the need for these towers.
Sure.
And those cells are generally, from what my understanding, is less than 2 kilometer distance. There's a small cell. So But I think it's much less intrusive to have these microcells in place. Maybe they need to put many of them, and they all need fiber access to work. So,
And John, I'm not sure if Philadelphia tried that. They were going to launch something like that, and I believe they pulled that one back.
well, it was a different. That was free Wi-Fi, but
Okay.
this is different. Microcells are actually cell towers, mini cell
Sure.
towers. So,
But we can take a look at that.
So I just want to know what the menu is of choices here. I don't want to see towers in the parks. But I also don't want to hear that people can't reach 911 when there's an emergency. So if I had a choice, I'd have the cell tower. But if we have other choices like microcells or other technologies that would do the same, let's try that. Let's look at that as an option.
My sense, I'm generally disinclined to putting cell towers in our parks. To me, we need to preserve the tranquil nature of the parks, and I'm interested to see the numbers. I haven't seen the numbers, so I don't know how much money. I'm interested in seeing the other options, like John Fisher said, and I'll be open-minded. But generally, I think I'm gravitating toward other places and other ways because I think we need to preserve the tranquil nature of the park. That's why we have the parks. And then I'm also, generally disinclined to need to monetize the park. I know that's not the sole issue here, but I'm willing to accept paying tax dollars to support the park and generally not inclined to need to monetize it.
Commissioner comment?
Yes, I'm going to keep an open mind on this. I would like to see our management go back and work with the Parks and Recreation Board to find the solution. I'm averse to ruining our parks, certainly, like Elaine talked. If there's a way to aesthetically incorporate a tower into the park, that may be a contradiction in terms. I'd like to see that. But the real issue for me is service. It's not just the people who are visiting the Willows or visiting Fenimore or visiting Ithan Valley Creek. It's the people that live there. I know we've received letters here on our board has, it's been a year or so, from a woman in Ravenscliff. They have she, on her street, has no cell connections at all there. Whether Inverary, which is across the way, has problems like that, I don't know. But that's a real concern for me, that we have an obligation to our residents to deliver service. And what's happening, one reason that the gentleman, Mr. Cristoforo, alluded to, is that the traffic that the current system bears has changed markedly in the last 5 years with the data traffic I'm talking about. All wireless, everybody now carries a wireless. There are tablets, phones, other wireless things, and we're transmitting movies and pictures and other things, and all that requires technology to keep pace, and towers are one way to do that. So I have an open mind on this, and I'd like to see what options are available for us.
Yeah.
One more thing?
Yeah.
Just keep one thing in mind as far as the RF is concerned for the radio system. The higher the device is, whether it's a pole or a tower, whatever it is, the higher it is, the better the coverage. So height is everything when it comes to radio frequencies, okay? Thank you.
I was here when we were offered $60,000 to put a cell tower up near the walls of the Blue Route at Ithan Park, and there was a public outcry against it, and they just moved it to Radnor Valley, and they got the $60,000, and I guess now it's up to $150,000 15 years later. But I think, I know all about the dead, it's my ward, that dead coverage in the Ravenscliff area and the Willows area, and the Willows is a very beautiful park. But I think back where we do the leaf mulch, and we have all the wood stored, you might be able to put a cell tower there, you have access to it, and all without denigrating the park, because that is a municipal service area. It's part of the park, but it provides a great service in us recycling all our mulch, which we pick up on Wednesdays, and grinding it up, and also our leaf collection. So that is an opportunity that the park board could explore, because if you put one there, I don't know where it would be noticed from. I mean, you'd have to look for it to see it. So there are possibilities that, that we can do that, because it is important that we have coverage, and it is important that our parks stay beautiful and pristine, but we have taken a section of that area and industrialize it, commercialize it. We've got a big $500,000 grinder up there that works, once a week to grind up all the mulch, and we have the leaves, and we have all the trucks going there, and so it is a little different section there that might accommodate that. So I think we should look at that. Any public comment?
Mr. President, if I could, just real quick, to follow up on the question or the comment about seeing the financial numbers, I was asked to have this information prepared if it came up. With the board's permission, a while back, we had gone out and sought proposals from cell tower firms as part of the larger project. And in doing so, we received 3 proposals, evaluated those, and narrowed it down to 2. And Jim Doling, if you could switch over to my computer, and I can step through the high-level summary of where those proposals stand, understanding that this is the first time everybody's seeing it, but something to chew on. So the two remaining firms are Towers of PA and CTI Towers. The term proposal, which is in this green block, both of them represent a 29-year, 11-month total term. The Towers of PA have different increments to get to the 29 years, 11 months. So that's why they're highlighted in green, as providing the township with a little bit more flexibility if there were ever a point we wanted to terminate or go in a different direction. The next block is cash flow to the township in the blue shade. The base rent, which is a monthly rent, roughly $3,200 with a 3% annual escalator. We had asked both firms if they'd be willing to pay the initial term up front. So what that equates to in terms of just the base rent would be $447,000 and some change per site. So that would, if all 3 sites were installed, it would be that number times 3. Then, depending on the type of tower, as I understand it, they could fit as many as 4 carriers on certain types of towers. So as each additional carrier is added, there's a share of rent income that the township would receive from each of those. Then down in the peach shaded boxes is the dedicated park contributions, which was another item that we had requested the proposers to provide. So again, the initial term of $75,000 per location, which meant that if a tower is installed at the Willows, that $75,000 has to be invested at that site. And same with Itham Valley and Fenimore. Then on top of that, Towers of PA also proposed an additional $10,000 for each of the additional carriers at each of the different sites. So that's the number Mr. Zinkowski pointed out earlier. The $565,000 would be the sum of all of those different variables coming together at each of the 3 sites. And again, at the bottom, we had mandated at each of the proposers put the township's emergency equipment at the top of the tower at no additional charge to the township, and both of them agreed to it. So while it's the 4th thing on this sheet, it really was the primary focus of the genesis of the conversation, again, was the emergency piece. But as part of putting an entire proposal together, we wanted to negotiate and nail down what the pricing would be as well, or the revenue would be. So these are the summary of the proposals. Again, it's roughly $565,000 if all 4 carriers come on. That's kind of the best case scenario. Worst case scenario would be $447,000 per site. That's just the base rent up front. And again, if this were to extend out the full 29 years, the income to the township under the Towers of PA proposal is the total value is just under $2 million per site. So again, we can get this information out to the commissioners, so something to evaluate. But the amount of financial dollars coming to the township could be significant.
And all we're asking the board tonight is if the commissioners, there's a consensus to send this back to the Parks Board to work on at citing where these would go at in these parks and what they would look like. And when they're happy with this, to present this back to the board again to address a lot of the questions and concerns you have. So that's what we're looking for from the board tonight.
Comment?
Yeah, Ken Taylor from Wayne. I don't know that the Parks Board would need to know this, but evidently, and consistent with the fact that some of these towers are on private property now, there is an existing antenna site on the Pico substation property at the corner of Plant Avenue and Woodland. It is certainly significantly taller than the tallest part of the Wayne Hotel. So if that can be utilized as a private property site, we may be able to keep one of these out of Fenimore.
I'm Roy Perry. I'm one of the friends of Ithan Valley Park, so I may know more about that park than the others. But for a couple of years, we've been talking about the prospect of cell towers in the park, and believe me, no one enjoys being outside more than me. Our consensus is that we would welcome the funding, that we would have to sacrifice a certain aspect of the park's beauty to obtain. The funding would go on forever for all practical purposes, and the next generation would say, oh, that tower, that's always been there. So we're trying not to make too much of a decision based on our own transient participation in the park, given that the park will last way longer than any of us, and the next generation will say, oh yeah, that has a tower in it. It's a nice park. The tower companies are poised to unleash a river of money. You can vote that you want it or you don't, but you can't stop it. It'll go somewhere. The towers will go somewhere because there's an unstoppable demand from the public for more and more cell service, and an unstoppable demand from emergency providers for better and better communication. So they will be built somewhere. Your decision is only, do you want money for the township? Not do you want it to happen. It'll happen on private property, like was just mentioned. Dollars will accrue, and the Friends of Ithan Valley Park have ideas for that money that we know is unlikely to come in a customary grant because the park is small and serves relatively few people. We want to build that up and make it bigger somehow. I guess that's it. Please consider, have an open mind. We know there's compromise and sacrifice involved, but we think the future is worth it.
Thank
for
you.
us.
Good evening. Dan Sherry, Wayne. I was curious about some comments made by Commissioner Schaefer regarding our Grossen and a
We're talking about cell
aggressive-
towers. Cell towers. This is cell
This
towers.
is commenting specifically on what Commissioner Schaefer said regarding the prospect of a cell tower going into our Grossen. I trust you understood that. I trust you listened to Commissioner Schaefer. Please don't interrupt me by insinuating that my comments are somehow irrelevant. I don't appreciate it.
I trust you.
Commissioner
keep the cell towers.
Schaefer assertions regarding that I found interesting, particularly when compared with the potential revenue stream presented by Mr. Zienkowski, and started hearing figures of 500,000, perhaps multi-million dollars. I'd like to draw a comparison between that potential revenue stream and the amount of money that Commissioner Schaefer's previous organization, the Radnor Conservancy,
This is not relevant. It's
actually
not relevant. Would you
provided
stay
to
with cell towers?
the Ardrossan
You've discussed
property.
this 15 times so far. Could you stay
We're
with cell
talking
towers?
about revenue streams.
We're talking about cell
regarding-
towers in the park.
How is this not relevant?
We're
The
not talking about a revenue
this
stream for the
particular
Radnor
cell,
Conservancy.
This particular cell tower.
Mr. Sherry, you're completely out of
amounts-
order.
Or,
Please.
not letting me get my comment
We're
out,
talking
and then
about
you're
cell
interrupting
towers.
me. Now you're tiring me out.
No,
May-
you
may I
want
please have my
to
comments?
talk about a contribution with the Conservancy you've already mentioned
Not at all.
15 times.
I'm talking about revenue streams from cell tower companies and putting it into
And that's
context.
all we're talking about.
That's all you might want to talk about, but this is relevant.
It's not relevant.
Now, $500,000, millions of dollars, that can go to beautification and acquisition of open space. Conversely, Radnor Conservancy's contribution to our Ardrossan, only assertion to date, which came from Commissioner Schaefer, is it's less than 6 figures. When I tried to find out more information about that, here's what I got in response. Somebody shoot you, from John Nagel.
Please,
so when
please,
we're talking
please,
about
please.
how...
Over and over again, you're saying the same thing, meeting after meeting. It
Well, this
has
is,
no
we're
relevancy.
talking about parks,
No,
and we're
you're
talking
just-
about open space,
you're
and we're
making
talking
it-
about potential
You're
revenue
making it up
streams.
so you can talk about that again. Yeah.
Yeah, even Commissioner Schaefer is trying to calm you down
Yeah.
because she sees the relevance between these two topics. Revenue between the township and a private entity, which could be used for open space acquisition or beautification, is something that this township needs to consider and not just dismiss outright. It is very disconcerting that people, again presuming like Elaine Paul Schaefer, would much rather just effectuate on a taxpayer bond than explore all options that might make those taxpayer bonds unnecessary or potentially unnecessary. And again, hearing these potential revenue streams from this first time tonight, I care deeply about open space and making sure parks are preserved. I wasn't happy when the Friends of the Willows Cottage erected a deer fence in the Willows, because that was open space that then got fenced in. It's been done much better ever since the Radnor Conservancy, the Friends of the Willows Cottage got out of it, and Ms. Pilling and Mrs. Oglesby have taken it over. It's been wonderful. But this idea that we should just somehow immediately shut down before we consider these revenue sources and go instead with a taxpayer bond, again, I'd be completely in favor of saying let's not at all interface with private companies in terms of erecting towers in public land. If we had a, shall we say, responsible conservancy that would actually take steps to preserve our open space and come forth with their own money rather than just immediately saddling it to the taxpayers once these people got into positions of power, such as former Executive Director Elaine Paul Schaefer and former Executive Director, who's not here tonight, John Nagel. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Good evening. My name's Maya Vamrasam. I'm speaking right now as a resident who lives at 716 South Roberts Road. The way I heard Mr. Ziankowski frame what is being asked of you all tonight is you are being asked to sign off on using these parks in this way, that you would be sending it back to the Parks Commission to figure out how to do it, not whether or not it's a good idea. And I believe that that is a really, really bad path and a really bad decision. We have been nibbling away at our parks here in Radnor Township for years, and I think that it's a big mistake. We are betraying the public trust of those residents, those who came before us, those who are here today, who have invested their hard-earned dollars, their hard-earned time, whether it was as taxpayers or working for a nonprofit, to preserve those natural lands for them to enjoy and for the future generations to enjoy. Once you've given them away for any kind of development or any kind of land clearing, you cannot get it back. It is a betrayal of the public trust. It is a devastation of the environment that is inexcusable, and it is a betrayal to the future generations that should be able to enjoy those natural lands and benefit from all the things that they give to us. They give to our public health, to our education, to our environment, to the quality of our lives, to the market value of our homes, to the enjoyment of our community. You cannot put a price tag on what these public open lands, these natural areas give to us. And frankly, I was shocked that you would even be thinking about giving it away for $565,000. That's a pittance. That's nothing compared to what these natural areas give to us and give to our lives. I'm so sad I'm shaking. I want to cry because you want to take this away from your kids and my kids and kids who aren't even yet born. The preservation of our parks is flat out a public issue. It is an important public issue. And I understand people raising the public safety argument, but I think that the way the public safety argument is being portrayed here tonight, it's being used as a form, and I hate to say it this way, but I have to say it this way, it's emotional blackmail. We're supposed to come up and sacrifice all the benefits of our parks because there's this argument about public safety. Yes, public safety is important, but it is not more important than or less important than the preservation of our ecological systems. They both have a very important, irreplaceable part in our communities, and you cannot sacrifice one for the other. One of the things I heard Commissioner Fisher talk about is alternatives, but I thought the way I heard Commissioner Fisher frame it was, well, let's look at the alternatives for how to accommodate these towers, these services in our parks. I'd like to frame it a little bit differently, and I hope you actually intended to frame it differently. Let's look at the alternatives to solve the problem that has been identified, to solve the issue that has been identified. Solutions don't have to mandate the giving away of our public lands and the destroying of our natural landscapes. I'm sure that there are other opportunities that could include other parcels that are not our public lands that we have worked so hard to preserve, perhaps even private property. Mr. Higgins, Commissioner Higgins, talked about the people in Ravenscliff complaining about not having cell service. Well, perhaps then they should give up a portion of their community and their community lands to accommodate this cell tower to address their issue and perhaps this other public issue, this other public need. But why should we have to sacrifice our public parks to address their limited service in their homes? I have limited service in my home. It would never occur to me to come to you, to my community, and ask my community to sacrifice something as sacred as our natural open spaces so I can have better cell towers or better cell service in my home. I have a phone in my home. I use my regular house phone when I'm in my house, and I use my cell phone when I'm out of my house. I think it's perfectly appropriate and fair. So that private service really doesn't do much for me. And I enjoy all three of these parks, so I value all of them equally. I will say that I looked back on my computer. It was back in 1998 that I was part of the discussion about putting a cell tower at Ithan Creek Park. And there was strong, as you said, Commissioner Spengler, opposition to that. And the commissioners made the right decision, and they said no, and they said look for other options. And I encourage you to do that. And then Commissioner Schaefer very well characterized the broad level of harm that comes from these cell towers. At Ithan Creek Park, one of the harms is the historic bridges there, that one of the concerns was that actually those historic bridges could not accommodate the construction equipment that would be required. So not only would you lose some of the natural areas of that park, but you would actually do damage to these historic bridges, which would ultimately do damage to the creek. I'm also not convinced by the argument that, well, that people who come will say that cell tower has always been there. For my kids, that highway has always been there in Ithan Creek Valley Park, and you know what? They comment on how ugly and loud that highway is and how sad they are for the animals that have to hear it all the time. So the fact that it's always been there for somebody who's going to come is not a persuasive argument to say that we should make the decision to put it there. And I would just like to say also in terms of placing this where the leaf mulch is, right? I think that's a good example of a bad decision and why we shouldn't be sacrificing our public parks for these little piecemeal arguments of need from the community. I remember when the leaf mulch area was forest, and I enjoyed it, and I enjoyed it with my mother, and I enjoyed it as a child, and I enjoyed it with other children and friends, and it ripped my heart out when I went there and that forest was cut out. You did so much damage, not you per se, but whoever made the decision to cut that forest in that spot for that use did an incredible level of irreplaceable harm. And I would hate to see you now make that same mistake for a cell tower. I just think that's the best example for why, a really good example for why not to do it this way.
If you could wrap up.
I will wrap up. I think I've said everything, and I appreciate the time, and I hope that you will vote no to Mr. Ziankowski's request that you send this back to the park in any way, shape, or form, or the park committee. Thank you.
Any other public comment? What's this?
Good evening. My name is Andy Santillo. I am the member of the Park and Recreation Board, and I was elected the chair of the Park and Recreation Board this past year. There's been a lot of comment about our review of the cell phone tower proposal. I just wanted to sort of clarify for the board before you send anything back down what was done. This issue has been before us for about 2 years. For about at least 6 months, there was monthly meetings, public meetings, concerning this issue, in which there was a lot of debate. I'm not here to advocate for cell towers. Obviously, we're on the Park and Rec Board because we care about the parks and we care about what they provide to the community. I just wanted to let the board know what we have done so far. Not only has there been presentations by each of the vendors proposed here, there was also presentations by the different security services here in the township, and a lot of debate back and forth, including getting through the original gateway issue is, should we have these cell phone towers in our park? Based on all that review and about 6 months' worth of meetings, there was a motion that was unanimously voted upon by the Park and Rec Board. I just wanted to read that all to you, if I may. And again, as you can see, this is a very emotionally charged issue, and I'm not here to advocate one way or the other, just wanted to read you what we recommend to the Board of Commissioners. On behalf of the Park and Recreation Board, a motion was made to recommend the following regarding the installation of cell phone towers in Radnor Township parks to the Board of Commissioners. 1, that the staff begin negotiations with CTI Towers and Towers of Pennsylvania for the purposes of installing up to 3 towers in up to 3 parks where the greatest emergency and cell phone service need exists. 2, the location of the tower inside the selected parks and the design of the tower and the pad area be installed is subject to the approval of the Park and Recreation Board. 3, all income from the tower or towers is directed to Radnor Township parks. Any upfront income received from a specific contract or contracts is to be spent on the park where the tower is placed. 4, documented safety studies relative to the type of tower installed and semi-annual testing of the radio frequency radiation around the tower is required. And 5, a funding mechanism for the eventual dismantle of the tower must be included in the lease, preferably in the form of an escrowing a portion of the monthly rent in the event the lessee is not financially able to pay for the tower removal. This motion was passed with a unanimous vote of 7-0 during the Park and Recreation Board meeting, I believe, in December. If the Board of Commissioners have any other questions, I'm here to answer. I'm available to answer them, and also a colleague of mine, Mary Coe, is here able to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Wood, South Roberts Road in Bryn Mawr. I just want to add to the comments that have been previously made, and I'll try and keep it really short. I think that you're making a big mistake to sacrifice parklands for something like this. It just doesn't make any sense. And if you are, get a lot more money than you're currently getting. If that's all they're willing to give you, forget it. They're basically giving you the cost of what it would take to rent a property in Radnor Township, a residential home. And that's what they're planning on giving you a month. And that's just not enough. I mean, I think for tax dollar money to be, and you're looking at reducing tax dollars in the future for us by getting this money, it's not enough money. And not that I would think any money is the right amount, but it's not enough to get if you're planning on putting cell towers up in parks for us. And it is never going to go away. You can ask anybody that lives next to the Blue Route whether it goes away after a while. It's never going to go away. As far as the safety concerns, when I was a child playing in the Willows, there was nobody said we need a phone there. Let's put a payphone in at the Willows. Not once was that said. You've owned it since I was a kid. Not one time. There wasn't a safety issue then. Nobody said, if I get hurt in the Willows, what's going to happen? It wasn't brought up at the time. And I'm sure there have been problems. I'm sure people have had to drive out of the Willows to get to safety. But I don't think, if it was a concern then, why was nothing done? Why did everybody just stand by and we're just going to let the safety concern go for 50 years? And then now we need to address it because I don't have cell phone service on South Roberts Road. It seems a little bit strange. And it also seems incumbent not on you as a board, but shouldn't it be the responsibility of Verizon, AT&T, and those companies to put their cell phone towers up? Or I can stop using their service. That's my choice as a resident. If Ravenscliff wants service, put up a tower in Ravenscliff. There's tons of land there. So just put up the tower there and then everybody will be satisfied. So thank you.
Bill, I think in light of the fact that the Parks and Rec Board has already reviewed this issue, discussed it, and actually put it to a vote and given us guidance, or given guidance to the administration and to us, I don't think we need to send this back to Parks and Rec. I think what we need to do is we need staff to come back to us with some specifics about options as far as emergency communications and microcell capabilities. And those companies that are giving us quotes are not the cell phone companies. So we're asking, AT&T has a microcell program that they have in place. I would expect Verizon does as well. So I would expect the cell phone companies to want to come in here and give us options on microcells. And then ultimately, I think this board needs to put it on their agenda to have a vote, to have hearings and then have a vote at some point whether or not to put macro cell systems into the parks. But we need to have all that information, in my opinion, to make that decision. And I don't want to have that information, I don't want to have hearings until we have all that information. But I think at some point, we have to put it into a public vote here at this forum. Parks and Rec's had it for 2 years. They've already given us their opinion, and I think we understand that opinion now. So if maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but I think the buck's going to have to stop here. We don't need to send it back, in my opinion, to the Parks and Rec Board. They've already done their work. We need the professionals in the industry to tell us, what other options do we have? Do we really need macrocells? Can we do microcells? I understand the police and fire departments, they also have a technical issue that they need to address. That may be another solution. I don't know what that solution is, but we need to know what all those solutions are, and then this board has to decide what to do.
And I agree with you, John. I think that's a fair approach. I would add, as another piece of information that would be useful for us in our analysis, what private lands are available nearby that would solve the issue. You know, for instance, the Ravenscliff. You know, should we decide that we're not willing to sacrifice our parks, but we'd still like to address the public safety issue on a larger scale.
I think the only job of the Parks Board is to look at those parks. If the commission did decide to do something, where? That's the issue. So I think they could work on where if the board decides they want to.
Yeah, and I think it would be premature to send it back to them now, because I'm not really certain there are 4 votes up here to say yes to macro cell antennas in parks. So I think it really does end with us, Bob, and you know, maybe you don't agree or do agree, but the point is we need to vote. We need to have hearings. We need to vote in public here at the Board of Commissioners before this goes any further, because we don't want to waste Park and Rec Board time anymore on citing antennas that we're not going to vote for. Yeah. So I think that would be a waste of their time.
I suspect there's consensus for that approach on the board.
Because if tonight you can make the determination that you're not going to go with cell towers, then we can just put that one to bed and then just come back if that's the case. I mean, that would be the best thing, because I think the idea to work with private folks really it's out of our purview. I don't think we want to go and solicit someone to go on private property. I think cell tower people could do that all on their own. So I think that
they're
that
still
would work
subject
fine.
to zoning. So
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
So that would be fine.
So whether that happens or not, really, again, for me to make a decision, even we're going to have hearings, we're going to have a lot of public comment.
Right.
But I need the technology answers. I need to know, can we have microcell networks installed by Verizon, AT&T, and the other cell phone companies to provide these services or not? And if they can't do it, they really have to prove to us that they can't do it. Because, I mean, I've read this literature. I had this in school a few years ago. This technology is there. It's being used, and it's being used in parks, too. So the question is, why aren't we able to do it here? And I understand the police and fire department, they have a major issue where they have bad communications in those areas. And we need to address that. We need to know what the options are with that.
John, I think that's one that Steve had talked about. You would need a lot of those to go around the whole area. And again, that would be very costly. So the issue is, and I guess what I come down to, I understand what Maya is saying and everybody else is saying. The issue is, as I look at it from public safety, my job is to make sure that we can protect people. I understand the parks and those issues. There's at one point where you just, you stand up and say, you have the courage to be able to say, what is right for the community? I get everybody's argument in that, but I don't want to be the one that when somebody can't make that call on a path or a trail or at some event, you can't make that phone call. Because the issue going back to whether or not you had pay phones or those types of things, it's cell service now. I get all that stuff. The issue that comes on my lap now is when I have police and fire tell me they can't make communications out. To me, that's a responsibility I take seriously. We have to make that. So the decision that's laid at the board is, if you don't want to do cell towers, that's fine. I think tonight we need to end this. We've turned long enough. If the board doesn't want to go with cell towers, to me, that's fine. We'll look at alternative methods, work with Delaware County.
Well,
This was just an idea of looking at something cost-effective, because somewhere else we're going to look at is coming up with some other funding mechanism, which means then the township's going to have to come up with a funding mechanism. And it's not like where I'm saying you have to do this or do that. I think there's arguments on all sides on this that I can understand, I can hear. It's just the issue is when I have police telling me, we've got problems communicating. We've got problems from a vendor at the Willows that we're putting in there that says, I can't communicate. We have residents saying, I can't communicate. I've got to stand behind these folks between police and fire that says, I can't communicate out. That's a serious issue, so we have to look at what are we going to be able to do that.
So, Bob, to that end, I think it would be helpful, at least from my perspective, to have some due diligence on the side of Delaware County Communications to tell us what we would need. If we didn't have macro cell towers, what would we need to do to fix those communication problems in the township for police and fire? And what would the cost be approximately? You know, we don't need to have an engineering design, but we're talking about $500,000, $1 million. What is it? What are we going to have to spend to fix it? And then the cell phone companies, they can give you options as far as.
John, I'm with you on that. That'll be something we can work with Delaware County to come up with that budget. But I think if there's a consensus of the board that cell towers aren't the way to go, to me tonight, let's just end that, and then this way we can go on a whole new direction. I think that would be the way.
I'll tell you that if we have to make a decision tonight, my position will be that we should not put cell towers in our parks.
And that's fine.
Now, part of my only hesitancy with that is that I never had a conversation with anybody about that until Sunday of this weekend, and I haven't seen a single piece of paper. I haven't seen a report. So if this is an issue that is important enough for you to need us to consider, then get us the information and we'll consider it. If it has to be a decision tonight, my vote would be that we do not have cell towers in our parks, with the caveat that this isn't an issue. Others might have reviewed it for 2 years, but I haven't.
So I think Don's saying the same thing. The Board of Commissioners is not saying no to cell phone towers in parks tonight. What we're saying is we don't know what our options are. So we don't need to redo everything the Parks and Rec Committee did. They already did their due diligence. They're giving us recommendations. But what we want to hear is, are there any technology options out there other than what we talked about?
Well, that's two different things, right? So what Bob is saying, do you want to do cell towers or not? And Parks and Rec, and I've sat through the Parks and Rec presentation. I've seen, and we heard today we have a good sense of what the money is. So that's one question. Do you want to pursue that or not? And then two, if you don't want to pursue that, then are there other alternatives to address what these issues are? And I'm sure that we can address these other issues. So I think it's two different things. And
but Rich, I don't want to interrupt you because I understand your point of view, but for us to decide whether to do something, we need to know what the options are. And I want to know what the options are. In the end, if we find out that there's competing technologies here that can solve the problem, then maybe we don't have to put large macro cell antennas in parks. We resolve the issue a different way. So I think it would be helpful for me to see choices.
Yes, I anticipate that I will look at this information. I guess I'm bringing some bias. I anticipate that I'll look at this information and make a determination that I don't want to put towers in our parks. But I feel like we need more information than we have had. Others might have been looking at this for years, but I have not, and I need more information before I make that determination, in fairness to the people who want the towers in the parks. So I don't know. I think that's consistent with what John Fisher is saying, and I don't think it has to be a lot of information. It can be a few hours' work on the part of staff to assemble documents, give us some numbers, and then we can make a decision at the next meeting.
I mean, I don't want to put towers in the park unless I like the location. You know, I mean, I'm not going to vote on putting towers anywhere near the Willows, other than if we can find a location in Skunk Hollow. So I think the key is a location, because you can come up with the best technology you want, and I'm not going to put it next to the building in the parking lot anywhere at the Willows. But if the park board looks at it and says, okay, we got a road coming in there, and this is where you could put whatever you want to put, at these three parks, that's what they should be looking at. And at the same time, the staff can be looking at what the different options are. But I think someone has to look at the parks and say, okay, if you did put one there, where would you put it? And then we can make the decision based on that. But my vote would normally be no, I'm not voting to put it in a park. But we have a problem and we have an option, because we do have, the area where we do the leaf mulching and grinding of the stuff. So that to me could be an option, but I'd like the park board to look at that. So why don't we have the park board look at the three parks and where would the location be, and then the staff can look at what are our options of different,
You just have to say, as much as, as well-articulate argument, I think what John Fisher outlined.
But I don't think you can duck the issue. If there was a magic solution other than cell towers, Andy Santillo would have come up here and said, there's no need to go back to these tower contractors. There's technology. He didn't tell us that. Mr. Giancristoforo didn't tell us that. The answer here is either we want cell towers, or we're going to allow cell towers in our parks, or we're not. And the way to get there is to get the facts on cell towers in our parks, and that's to direct staff to go out and get that information for us. And
Just-
negotiate with them.
One response to that, though, is that the fellow who came and spoke for the Ithan, I forget the name of the park that he spoke for, but he made what I thought was a very articulate argument, that he said, you're going to get the coverage, it's just about the money, meaning that the power to make this happen is so strong that it's going to happen someplace. The issue for you is, do you want it to happen in Radnor? Do you want the revenue? So that argument actually made me less moved by the coverage aspect of the argument, because I think he's right. I think we're going to get the coverage. And then the other comment about $3,000, a month for the pad, which is about what you'd pay for, a small residential property in Radnor. So those two arguments together told me that this is likely to happen, and so the issue then just becomes the money. And are we willing to trade the park for the money? Maybe we are. So that's why I view it more as John Fisher identified it, where we should make a sort of a big concept determination about whether we want this, and if we do, then we move on to the next step, which is to identify where.
It seems like it is an issue of the money, but I think that the question is there a consensus? I don't hear a consensus here on the board.
If that's the case, then we just end cell towers today and we come back with another one. Because again, if there's no, realistically, whatever we're going to put out there, if there's a consensus not to put them in the parks, let's just put this aside, and then we look at another option, and we work with Steve to try to come up with something else. Because really, I don't think there's going to be much that's going to sway you, because you've got a tower that's going to go up. And if you don't like the idea of a tower and the unit around there, then we just move on to something differently. Because again, there's going to be one that's going to be located at Newtown Squares. Somewhere they're going to go.
Okay,
I'm sure
so-
that, because
so
I know
here's-
Eastern or Cabrini, there was already a drawing I saw from another tower company. You're going to get one that's going to go Eastern or Cabrini. So you're going to be back here. There's a tower company, they're going to look to go on those campuses, so.
So this then is my sense of what has to happen, is that somebody that wants action has to make a motion and see if there's 4 votes to take action. So if like Bill, you got to see if there's 4 votes to take the action that you
Well,
want.
it doesn't have to be tonight. This is a discussion. So let me just emphasize one other item here. All we're hearing about is cell phone tower companies. We're not hearing about the providers.
Right.
So CTI and these other companies, they're not going to offer microcells. In fact, microcells are their competition. So I just have to emphasize that these companies they're making options for us that do not include the other technologies. And I assure you, do your research, go online, you will find many companies out there pushing micro networks, cell networks, nano networks, all different types of networks. In fact, you can have a cell tower in your house. So the point is, a micro cell tower in your house, and then your neighbors all get cell coverage. So the point is, the technology's there, and some of the carriers that we use, Comcast and Verizon, are pushing these new systems. So-
John, then let's move in that direction, Bill.
I'm just going to give you my 34 years' experience. You're not going to put cell towers in the park.
That's fine, then let's move
So
that direction
that's it.
then. Let's
Because
just do
the fact
that.
of the
Come
matter
back
is,
to us with
we're going to spend all this time, we have public hearings, we're going to wind up with 100 people here against
I
it, and
agree.
it's not going.
So let's just move, to me, we'll move away from it, and then we'll just go that way.
But please come back to us with the public safety
We'll work with Steve on that.
issues and what the potential solutions are, because we do need to address that. We are responsible to address that.
So if I could just get a motion from the board and just, go away from cell towers, and this way it's done. So we can do that. We should get a motion. If we could just get a motion to turn this down.
We gave you, the sense of the board is we want you to pursue other
Perfect.
avenues of technology at
Great.
this time.
Sounds good.
At this time.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, resolution 2015, personal administration, John?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'll move Resolution 2015-51. This is an agreement with Fern Valley Farm in order for them to continue to farm the rye quarry and wheeler tracks.
Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Yeah, we'll have public comment in a second. Okay, do we have any staff comment on this, Mr. Rice?
Yeah, I can just briefly go through it. It's a license agreement. It's got a one-year term. The farmer, Mr. Bilheim, is here, and his wife, Kate Wolf. Mr. Bilheim's been farming the property for at least 25 years, probably longer than that. I think his father might have farmed it before him. He also, and this is in paragraph 3, he's going to continue to maintain the property. He'll be mowing doing the roadside mowing. He'll be doing any fence repair or replacement, which I think it's a fair amount of, it's not insignificant in terms of maintenance of all the road frontage. So I know there's some issues with some of the farming practices. I'm sure we're going to hear some comments about this. I can tell you what I did and the staff did over the past month is there was a lot of information that was passed around to some of the residents that are interested in what occurs there. There was contact made with the Penn State agent who is in Collegeville in terms of a review of the farming practices. This is a no-till, essentially a no-till farming practice there. And the lease spells out what he's actually doing on the 3 fields, the rye field, the quarry field, and the Wheeler tract. I don't believe that is going to change this year. I believe in the past he's grown soybeans, but the deer have had more success in harvesting the soybeans than he has. So I think he's continuing on with the corn this year. So that's what's up and before the board. Can be terminated upon 60 days notice. So come December of this year, you're going to need to reevaluate this, whether to extend it or not. Okay.
Great, thank you. All right.
Any public comment?
Do we have commissioner comment?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Am I okay? This is the first time I've ever done this at Radnor, so I've only lived here about 5 years. And good evening. My name's Karen Stark. I live at 889 Westover Road in Newtown Square. And now that the township hasn't come in possession of Fern Valley Farms acreage, the commissioners now have the responsibility to be good land stewards. On the lease agreement, what I looked at was in item 2. It states that the Fern Valley shall at all times be in compliance with the soil conservation plan approved by the NCRS. And if the soil conservation plan is, I just was wondering, is the soil conservation plan open to public review? Or, I mean, can we ever?
Yeah,
be able
there's
to see that?
there's a copy of it here at the township
Okay.
building.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
The soil conservation plan, I know, is quite in-depth and thorough. And I just did download one PDF that talked about the agrochemical handling facilities, which is code number 309. And it is good to have the soil conservation plan on file for the citizens to see, so I appreciate that. In item 6 on the lease agreement, it's quite clear to me that chemical agriculture will be used on the township acreage. Fern Valley shall supply the township with a copy of all licenses to use herbicides and pesticides. Fern Valley shall be on the only spray such herbicides and pesticides as are licensed to spray, and all spraying shall be conducted by a person who is licensed to spray herbicides and or pesticides. Licensing agreements between farmer and seed companies from whom they purchase include guidelines on how the herbicides and pesticides are applied, and I'm assuming that's what you're asking a copy of.
Yeah.
The farmer may also purchase seeds that are coated with neonicotinoid insecticides. It's considered to be a stacked trait of a seed. In fact, there was a national call-in today. Oh, okay, sorry. There was a national call-in today to the White House asking President Obama to protect our food supply and the environment due to the link of our bees and pollinating insect population decline due to the neonicotinoid insecticides. I'd like to see the lease agreement not be part of an agricultural farming, which seems to be described as to employ all modern methods of farming as customary practiced in the area on the lease. I'd rather see such wording as good stewardship practices to protect long-term productivity of the township acreage. The lease does state of a conservative management plan, but I don't see any mention of waste management plan or a grassland and habitat management plan. Admittedly, I'd like to see a good stewardship practice plan from Rodale Institute, for example, based on organic certified standards, holistic management, and other sustainable approaches. I did have a copy, and I did leave it at home, of the Farming Systems Trial by Rodale Institute, which I'm more than willing to provide to all of you at a later date. To highlight a few statements from that: organic yields much as conventional yields. Organic outperforms conventional in years of drought. Organic farming systems builds rather than depletes the soil matter, rather than making it more a sustainable system. On March 20th of 2015, the National Public Health and Environment Group, Beyond Pesticides, is calling for the U.S. Environment Protection Agency, the EPA, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture to stop using the country's most popular herbicide, glyphosate. In the wake of the international ruling that caused cancer in humans, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, which is the IARC, released its findings concluding that there is a significant evidence of carcinogenealogy based on laboratory studies. This should be our wake-up call on all pesticides and herbicides, as I would request a retraction of your resolution also of number 2013-91 and any other resolutions that have been endorsed of herbicides to control weeds in Radnor Township, and to make a new resolution to use organic matters in our parks, our open spaces, and our new Radnor Township acreage. In the resolution of 2013-91, the township continues to use herbicide glyphosate 41. This is a genetic form of Roundup, weed and grass killers, and aqua herbicides of weed control. I would also request a resolution endorsing Bee Safe, as in honeybees, policies and procedures as our honeybees, as I have an example of such a resolution from the city of Shorewood, Minnesota, and I can give you an example of that. I also call upon you to be bold leaders in this movement away from agrochemical farming. We have had a perfect setup to increase our own land values here at Radnor Township. People are searching for walkable, organic farm communities in their backyards. I read an article about 1.7 acres of land that feeds over 200,000 people in a community year-round in California. We're working with 71 acres of land here. We have a lot of potential. Even maybe someday we'll be able to display an award in our township website that states a conservative organic community, and that we're the #1 place to live in the United States. Thank you for your time. And one thing that I did want to talk about briefly, and I know I'm probably over my 5 minutes, but you talked about the carbon footprint in Radnor Township. You voted on a resolution today in Radnor Township about the carbon footprint. And the Rodale Institute, they have a study that was just published, and it deals with greenhouse reduction plan in organic farming. And so there is a green plan here also. And it's revising the climate change that archives in organic farming, and it was posted on April 23rd, 2014 in their website, and I'm more than willing to get that to you also. So I'm glad that you are voting towards the green resolution, and I would like you to continue that with the new agricultural acreage that you have now provided for our township. Thank you.
Thank you. Don, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I just can't, I mean, looking at this, I don't know whether it's technically appropriate. You know, I don't know whether those points are accurate or not accurate. And then I just don't have enough knowledge to know whether it's financially appropriate. So, you know, I'm going to vote against it, and I'll need more information. If my vote is needed, I'll need more information to vote affirmatively for it.
Okay, I'll be supporting this agreement. One of my biggest concerns with buying the open space was the maintenance cost. And also, I was concerned that we would not maintain its use that it had before us purchasing it. This lease agreement appears to maintain the practice of farming on that land that existed prior to us purchasing it. So I'm in favor of that. As far as the organic farming practices and whatnot, ideally that's where we want to end up, and I think that's where we want to see this head in the future. But I think at this stage, we're just going to continue the practices that have been occurring on that land up until this point. So, and as Mr. Rice had stated, this lease will renew again every year, and the board will be able to, at that time, hopefully before that time, start talking about the conversion of this land to completely organic practices and what that would mean, and if the farmer is willing to do this type of farming here. It's not clear to me that we will be able to find farmers that want to farm any land in this area in any other way. So, we need to investigate that. We need to figure that out. I understand. Yeah. I'm just saying, matter of fact.
Scott, you can't speak for the audience.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So the point is, I think we should go ahead and approve this for now. The term, I went over the contract. It looks appropriate to me. It had the key elements that I was looking for. And again, it's a continuation of the practices that have occurred on that land up until this point.
Have we made a motion yet?
I did. I moved it. It was not second.
I'll second it.
Okay.
And I will be supporting this lease. I am happy to see agriculture stay on this land, and I think that was a goal of many of the people who supported the purchase of this, was to keep this agricultural landscape in place. It's been farmed as it is now for probably near a century, and we'd like to keep that in our township. It's a part of our history and our culture. I think everyone agrees, everyone from residents to the farmers who are on the land now to staff, that we'd want this land to be farmed in the most environmentally sustainable way as possible. And we're all going to work together to achieve that. These aren't black and white issues. They're not. And what is best for the environment is, it's complicated. And what our lease calls for is best practices right now. And best practices are being practiced there now in the no-till farming, and it calls for a 100-foot buffer from any water, which is very important. As far as the pesticides go, I think we all want to move towards minimization or elimination of that, if it's possible. If we ask the farmer to do that tomorrow, we're going to lose the farmer. And I don't think that's what most people don't want that. We want to work together to achieve environmental sustainability on this land. And it's not just the pesticides, it's the way the land is set forth and what happens in the streams. It's a complicated piece of calculation that we'll go forward with and work together. And I think everyone is on the same page on this. So I'm going to support it. I'm looking forward to continuing to see our beautiful landscape and continuing to work with the farmer that's there to achieve all of our mutual goals.
Did I hear that, is this actually an offset to our carbon footprint reduction that was earlier voted on? Is that what I'm hearing?
She said it can be.
It can be from the cows, right? It is. It is. I wonder, so not only does, okay, so this is harmful to the environment is what you're saying?
What it is can I answer his question?
No, please.
Yeah, please.
Sit down.
No, you may answer. Yes, you may answer the question.
It's Commissioner comment, and she can come up and comment after your comment, okay?
She could come up right now then. I cede my time to the lady here who's come in.
You're on. He's ceded his time. I'm ahead of the game.
It's a quick answer. What it deals with is that when you're using herbicides and pesticides repeatedly on land, the soil is no longer, it becomes dirt. It's no longer alive, okay? And so this is the year of the soil, actually, with the USDA, and that when you have live soil, it's taking the carbon out of the air.
And what about the animals, the livestock themselves? Bill, Is that the methane? Is that what
Well,
you're
but
referring
methane,
to?
and actually the way that androstenone is currently doing it is actually better for the environment than the CAFOs that are now being in the United States.
Than the what?
The confined operating animal. So what he's actually doing is actually really, really good for the environment as far as the grasslands and the rotation. It's what I'm more concerned about is the corn that he's growing.
Use of pesticides or the use of a certain crop is what you're saying.
Correct. It's the genetically engineered corn that I would be more concerned about than the grasslands that he's providing and the rotation of his animals. I think his husbandry of his animals is fabulous, actually.
But your view is that this does actually add to carbon pollution through having these animals there.
The corn does. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. I can get you the documentation on it.
Here comes another farmer.
Another farmer. Ken Taylor from Wayne. Besides the issue, and I would assume that staff or whoever drove this made some kind of an evaluation of what adequate consideration is, and I would assume that the maintenance of the fields and the roadside mowing and the fence mending on top of the $1 a year somehow worked out to the township's advantage. So, but I note that when we're talking about cell phones, we're trying to see how much we can squeeze out of the cell phone installers. So I would assume that math has been done. The item I would bring up is that when Greener Partners was on the Willows site, when we discovered that they had paid farmers, my recollection was we made them guarantee that there was going to be workman's compensation coverage for those people as well. So I don't know whether that's included in number 10. It doesn't seem to be mentioned specifically, but unless this gentleman is farming alone, we may want to do what we did when Greener Partners had the community farm at the Willows and have the requirement for workers' compensation insurance to be obtained and proof of that to be provided to the township as well.
Thank you.
So I haven't seen any documentation of what the value of this is. So don't assume that we have seen that. We haven't.
Okay. I'm Maya Van Rossum. Right now I'm speaking in my capacity as the Delaware Riverkeeper. And I would recommend that you not approve this license agreement, at least not until you amend it to mandate the use of chemical-free practices for the farm. The fact of the matter is when chemicals are used on farm property like this, a lot of non-target species, a lot of non-target ecosystems get hit, including the creeks, including the forests. We are bringing residential communities closer to these farmlands, so we're also bringing people in closer proximity to the chemicals that are being used on the property by virtue of the approved development project. I think Ms. Stark spoke beautifully as for all the reasons why, so rather than repeat them, I will simply echo what she said. Commissioner Curley, I have previously provided a lot of information on the ramifications of glyphosate for health and the environment. If this were to move forward and you were to get additional information, I would repeat that information for you in the future. I won't do that tonight. To the extent that you feel obliged, as Commissioner Schaefer said, to keep this property in use in the farming tradition for any number of political policy or other reasons, might I suggest then another path forward would be to amend the license agreement to mandate that within a 1-year time frame, for example, that chemical-free farming practices would be mandated. I was pleased to hear about the 100-foot buffer requirement. I didn't see it in the lease agreement, but maybe it's in one of the reference documents. But also I would hope to see in a lease agreement perhaps an amendment to talk about mandating that 100-foot buffer requirement, again, within that 1-year time frame. I would also hope to see that it is a buffer that's not just grass, and that it's a buffer that would keep the cows out of the creek. I also think you should have a license provision that says that the cows have to be out of the creek now, because that is a known harm to the cows and to the community and to the environment. But I think that may be a path forward to the extent that I don't think you should approve this. Let me be very clear about that. I don't think you should approve that. If you have the votes to approve it, I would suggest that a path forward to accommodate the very legitimate concerns you have and we have for chemical-free farming, for a mandated forested buffer, for keeping the cows out of the creek, and all of these other good things would be to amend the license agreement to make very, very clear to this farmer, in 1 year's time, this is no longer going to be acceptable. So you know, he knows, and we know that things are going to be expected to change, as you referenced, Commissioner Fisher, in the near future, not the long-term future. Thank you.
Dan Sherry, Wayne. Just regarding the topics tonight, I think there was a rather excellent article that was published in the Mainline Suburban Life about 2 weeks ago titled "Residents Worry Over Herbicide Use at Ardrossan Farm." Very detailed article by Linda Stein, some very interesting quotes from Sarah Pilling, who again believe speaks with a lot of gravitas when it comes to farming, given the success that she has had over at the Willows Cottage, as opposed to a certain other environmental or proclaimed environmental group that towards the end was growing really nothing but dandelions over there. I would just also close my comments by stating, despite this and despite the impact on the environment, and I'll again defer to such experts as the Delaware Riverkeeper, it is intriguing tonight that a certain other apparently pro-environment group, the Radnor Conservancy, is not here taking a stance on this issue one way or the other. So again, my thanks to the press and local members of the community for putting this topic front and center, and for people like the Delaware Riverkeeper to speak on it. Again, very surprising that other groups have not come forward and at least articulated a position. Thank you.
All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-2. All right, Finance and Audit?
Okay. For the CARFAC, we have a motion authorizing the Township Manager to engage in necessary discussion, reviews, and negotiations in an effort to produce recommendations to the Board of Commissioners to monetize all or one of the following Township-owned assets: the Township Building, the Public Works Facility, and/or the North Wayne Parking Lot and Senior Center. So administration is asking us to give them a nod whether to move forward with this or not, just by motion.
Well, I thought we discussed Public Works in North Wayne. Did we discuss the Township Building? Monetizing the Township Building?
Well, it's certainly in the CBFAC report, and it's certainly been recommended to us.
All right, you making a motion, John?
Yeah, I'll just move to do that, to authorize the Township Manager to engage in the discussions, reviews, negotiations, and such.
Two quick questions.
Well, let's get a second first. Let's go a second.
Second.
All right, okay.
So a few, probably months back, we had a more generalized motion about asking CARFAC to look at properties that were mismatched. Is this something different than that motion, or is this the result of that motion?
This is one result from that.
Okay.
These are the three properties that, out of the box, CARFAC wanted to go after first.
So with that concept that we communicated to them, they came back with these three specifics?
Yes, for now.
Okay, fine. Any reason why the South Wayne lot isn't on it? I mean, if the North Wayne lot's going to be on it, I would think the South Wayne lot for the same reason. Anybody know? I didn't see the meeting. I don't know.
Yeah, the board, you guys could add it if you'd like. That just wasn't one of the ones that was discussed in our CARFAC meeting.
I think it's tackling too much. I think these three are enough. Let's see what we accomplish here before we go to South Wayne.
Okay, fair enough.
Right, and South Wayne, the post office is still planning to continue to locate at that site. Is that right? I mean, there was talk years ago they were going to close that site, move.
They did with all the trucks.
The post office is still functional,
Yeah.
but the distribution center in the back is vacant, and that is owned by a separate owner. That is not tied to the U.S. Postal Service. So if you did want to add that South Wayne parking lot, we could. It's not that big.
I think we add it, and if they don't...
Yeah, I think we should add it. We'll go ahead and add that in
Okay.
the South Wayne parking lot as well. I'll add that.
All right, so
amended.
we just, like, mission accomplished. We had a concept, and now we have 5 lots, and they're looking for mismatches on those 5 lots, and they'll come back, and they'll tell us if they think there's an opportunity there.
Yeah, and it's probably worth noting at this point that there could be other properties that we own that come into play. because obviously if certain sites are monetized, departments or offices would have to be relocated,
Yeah.
which may roll into another site. And that may be where South Wayne ultimately ends up
Fair
if
enough.
we monetize this site. So the immediate work is going to be on these particular ones, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that as part of a recommendation might include another township-owned
Okay.
site.
So my sense is it's time to vote.
I just want
yeah,
to make one
I-
clarification here, and I want to point out a sentence in this memo to us because it's important. This motion does not bind the board into approving any of the recommendations presented when the time comes. It's just very important that everybody recognizes all we're doing is we're looking at the options, we're seeing what's realistic, doing the math, and seeing if what's realistic makes financial sense. And then with those answers, then we'll make decisions about whether we're going to make any moves. But this is all just, inquiry at this point.
Bill, the phrase North Wayne parking lot, what is that referring to?
What's-
Near the Wayne Presbyterian Church?
Yeah, the Wayne Center and what we own.
It could. Obviously, they would have to get involved, but for now, it's just the property that the township owns.
I'm interested in knowing where. Which property are you talking about?
It's the L-shaped property that the township owns, so the area that comes off of North Wayne Avenue and then up towards the senior center. So it's an
All right.
L-shaped piece of property. That's it.
All right. It's not the property down at or near North Wayne Field?
No.
That's
Correct.
important.
It is not, no.
Okay.
Public comment. This is the Presbyterian Church.
Good evening, Commissioners. Chris Todd with the Wayne Business Association. Real quick, monetize. You're talking about making money on the property, right?
Talking about converting it to cash, making money
Well-
depends on the basis.
And solving
North
problems.
Wayne lot, North Wayne parking lot, aren't you already collecting fees?
No, but we're talking about a parking garage and, ways to enhance that. We're not
Great.
selling that
I
property.
love to hear that.
Okay.
I just want to make a couple points.
Selling it, that's what we're talking about.
Well,
We're not selling the park, we're not doing away with all the parking and
I don't
selling.
how
think
much time?
Monetize, that's what it means.
How much time will be allotted for discussion and review
For what, this?
for this whole process?
I don't know, a year?
Most of us won't be commissioner when this happens.
Yeah.
So-
Everybody's retiring early.
so
huh? I figure. All right, all I want to say is the WA, we're not against growth at all in the township.
Yeah.
What we are against is losing parking spaces,
Yeah.
as long as that's accounted for.
Yeah.
The other main goal, the main concern of ours, something like this, is the interruption of business. How long, and make sure that's accounted for on all ends. It's been a rough enough winter. You need a nice, smooth, very busy rest of the year. All the merchants agree.
I guarantee it's not going to change anything in 2015 or 16. How's that?
Sounds good. Then we'll keep talking about it. That's all I was asking.
You have one parking place on North Wayne Avenue that you might want to ask staff about actually converting it to a parking place. It's the one that is on the east side of North Wayne Avenue near, I think it's called the Ritz Building. And it's an alley there.
I know.
And there's no need to have, to bar any vehicle parking there, because nobody drives down that
Make it a
alley.
parking spot.
Nobody drives down that alley, so.
I'll bring it up. It is Joe Rich's property.
We
I
talked
think
with
Joe
his,
Rips might think there's a reason to bar somebody.
I'll
from
talk to him
parking
next
there.
time he's for
Yeah.
lunch.
Yeah.
Right.
All I ask is that
Yeah.
the WBA is part of this conversation
Yeah.
all the time. Thank you.
All right, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? What?
Nothing else under finance and audit.
Passes 5-1. Okay, Public Works and Engineering.
the first matter is the final approval or rejection of Villanova University West End Zone Building and the Butler Annex. And we've had this in front of us 3, 4, 5 times. And would the applicant please come forward? And I think we need to have a 30-second presentation because we've heard everything before.
Evening, Nick Cornelia.
Nick, I'd just like to note that I'm not going to be participating because I have a conflict.
And you've heard it before, and we've read the resolution.
And all the
resolution's
conditions are
acceptable to us.
agreed to?
Yes.
You want to make a motion, Jim?
Yeah.
What about the stormwater issue? Did you?
Yeah, well, we don't have any conditions under this plan, but Villanova did present some forward-looking plan for Pike Field that shows the, I'll say, the drain pipe coming from that area of this site, Lancaster Avenue, going into a store and release system at Pike Field.
But there's nothing legally binding them to do anything.
No, but
they did say that they would.
It's actually on the stormwater plan for the Lancaster Avenue development.
So it is legally binding then, do you think?
It's on the plan. If it gets approved, it'll be legally binding.
Any public?
There was one open issue in the Gannett Fleming memorandum of March the 3rd on page 2, item Roman numeral 3.2, and it has to do with the drainage area to the existing inlet in driveway. And the statement is, however, the overall proposed improvements, bypass area, new system area, do not meet the rate control requirements for Stormwater Management District B2. I've spoken to the Director of Public Works, and I think that's been resolved. Roger?
That has been addressed, yes.
Did you make a motion?
Not yet.
You want to make a
All
motion?
right, I move.
Well, hold on. Could we,
let's
is
put a
it
motion on the floor.
resolved or is it addressed? And what's the difference between the
It's
two?
resolved. I received a revised plan that shows that it now meets the code.
Make a motion.
All right. I move final approval of resolution number 2015-47, Villanova University.
Do I have a second? Any public comment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-1. All right.
Next item, finally, is the Stormwater Advisory Committee update. And our esteemed chairwoman of the Stormwater Management Advisory Committee, Heather Gill, is here with us tonight and has been waiting patiently.
I was betting to see if I'd be on before 10 or not, and I just made it. I'm
And
excited.
I want to, before you even say the first thing, I want to make a short announcement. At the last meeting, I responded to something Commissioner Booker said, and
you agreed with me. Don't take that back.
I agreed with you, and I am taking it back because the statement you made was erroneous, and it was
an opinion. It's not
wrong
erroneous.
for me to agree to it. And the statement was that the record of the Stormwater Advisory Management Committee has been bad or something. In any event, I just want to say that I think the committee's work for the last year has been great. You've started with no guidance. You've now given us an opportunity here to look at a refund or credit program for residential properties. You had to cut that out of starting with nothing. And you're going to talk to us tonight about a study and specific projects. So I just want to get that on the record. I think you've done a good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Heather Gill, Chairman of the Stormwater Management Advisory Committee, thank you for your time. I know it was short notice, but we did prepare, as of our March meeting, just a brief summary so that we could update the board and the public on some of the things that we've done. Due to the snow and the extreme winter in 2014, our first meeting actually wasn't until February of 2014. So we've only had about 13 meetings, a little over a year. We prepared a summary that outlined recommendations that are pending for the board. The first two on here are the appointment of CH2M Hill as the Radnor Township Stormwater Administrator. The second is an initiative engineering assessment and draft RFP for preparation of flood mitigation with the Ithan Creek watershed. We can get into this in a moment. I'll just finish briefly with the summary. Current activities we're working on, we're finishing the implementation of a single-family residence stormwater incentive program. We had formed a subcommittee to do extensive research for a program that would be appropriate and beneficial to Radnor Township. This would include a rebate for the installation of proven stormwater reduction best management practices. things such as rain barrels, rain gardens, dry wells, downspouts, and diversions. The incentive program, I will say, is dependent upon an appointment of the stormwater administrator for their implementation. We've also formed a grants and partnership subcommittee, which is an important aspect of looking at stormwater management in Radnor Township. A grants and partnership subcommittee was established at our March 16th meeting. The goal is to identify potential funding opportunities to support stormwater initiatives and form partnerships with local community groups, nonprofits, and public agencies that could assist in meeting goals of our committee. Summary of recently committed activities. Again, we put forth a proposal and a revised scope for the stormwater administrator. We're developing a watershed engineering assessment approach for Radnor stormwater and flood control, specifically focusing at this point on the Ithan Creek, because it's due to the severe and frequent flooding problems in the watershed. As I mentioned, we've done extensive research for the Stormwater Incentive and Credits Program. We've provided recommendation for ongoing review of site-specific stormwater infrastructure problems. 3 to date are looking at replacement of deteriorated or repair of Mill Road culvert, Malin Road culvert, Mulbridge Bridge culvert. We're also looking at 3 other infrastructure projects. The Wayne SEPTA parking lot enhancement, it would be a cost share with SEPTA. The Shimoni Bridge was replaced and completed in 2014, and funds were used for that. We are also doing an ongoing review of the Stormwater Radnor ordinance revisions. We were recently given the revisions about a week or so ago. We're anticipating at our April meeting to gather comments to put forth recommendations to the board. We've recommended storm sewer identification, televising, and cleaning in the amount of $50,000, not to exceed, so that we can update the township map for storm sewer mapping, which would also address Radnor Township MS4 permit requirements and assess maintenance needs at that time. Lastly, we just wanted to mention that, we're trying to do public outreach. There are several members of our committee who have gone to PennDOT seminars, to DEP seminars, rain barrel seminars, and really try to gain as much information as possible and receive comments from the public so that when we move forward, we can take all that into consideration and make smart decisions for Radnor. Okay. So tonight we put forward to you a recommendation for the appointment of CH2M Hill as the Radnor Township Stormwater Administrator. The role of this administrator would include administration of the annual stormwater fee billing, which would include updates to fee amounts for new construction activities, establishment of a GIS database in which we would use available existing stormwater infrastructure to assess and will meet mapping requirements of the MS4 permitting. This would also provide assistance in the implementation of a residential incentive program and prepare requests for proposals so that we can move forward with future stormwater projects. Lastly, they would also provide technical support to our committee and expertise in providing stormwater management and best management practices. Can I answer any questions? Have you had a chance to look at their request for proposal?
Can you explain what the GIS component of the scope of work, you walk through the basic elements of it and what it's going to accomplish?
Sure. As outlined in their RFP, there is a very specific request for qualifications that Steve Nursini had put forth. For the GIS implementation, it would be a foundation for future maintenance and management program for stormwater. What it would assess would be potential projects within the township. We would be able to map existing stormwater facilities, basins, storm sewer lines. We would be able to track ongoing projects and to monitor that. And that would be connected and tied into a GIS billing system. There would be technical training that would be involved. There would be the purchasing of license for GIS. But it would be a tool for the township to not only map existing and future projects, but to also provide billing support to the township that would be tied in and would be up to date.
This is Resolution 2015-46. I would like to move its passage.
there a second?
Second.
Second. Oh, go ahead.
Raise your hand, who seconded? Okay.
I
Commissioner
have a
comment?
Yeah, I have a few. Either Steve or Bill, did we ever determine how much money we get from the nonprofits in this? That was something the board asked for at the last meeting.
Sorry about that. The answer is, I don't have it in front of me. That's something we can pull together. I was actually working on a different request for revenue by ward. But that's something we can pull together. I just don't have it in front of
We
me
decided we
tonight.
weren't doing revenue by ward.
I think you're right.
What was it, the resident, what were you doing by ward? What was?
Yeah, it's too difficult to do revenue by ward. I don't know why you're working on that.
But so it's a relatively
But thank you,
small-
Bill.
It's a,
Yeah, would like to see that.
something on the order of $130,000 on $1 million collected, plus or minus. Is that fair? I mean, I was looking at what Elaine handed me right now. So the nature of my question is that I think that we're losing money by trying to collect that money. Meaning that if we generate $1 from a taxpayer, we generate $1 million. A taxpayer who pays $1 has to pay taxes on that because it's a fee. And so what you end up is, and we got to get more than what that taxpayer is paying in taxes in order to justify this approach. So as I see it, we're paying more to tap into these nonprofits, and then on top of it, we're paying 7% per year for the company that we have to have in order to maintain the database that lets us tap into that. So I think this is again part of that mismatch between the fee and the tax, and to me, I don't think that this is a good use of the stormwater fund. I've said this before, that to me, we should be using this as capital. We should raise capital. It should be like the Tredyffrin Sewer Authority. We have a fee, the fee raises capital. We use that capital to go back and do retroactive projects that solve some stormwater problem that we haven't solved before. In my opinion, this kind of task, if we need it, is a task that comes from, the general tax base. So for me, this isn't anything new. This is a direction the board made to take this in a way that I think is problematic. And this cost, to me, demonstrates that it's problematic. To me, it's an unnecessary cost. So I intend to vote it against.
So
it tonight.
you're saying that the whole concept of a stormwater fee that we enacted 2 years ago is wrong. You voted against it then, but
Yes,
you're saying it's wrong.
Well, no, I'm saying that the method that you picked, I don't want it to characterize it like that. I'm going to back away from that. I'm going to say that the direction that the board is using, what the township is doing, is counter-effective. It's not meeting the intended goal that you want. And the 2 years that we've been here discussing this is proof of that. And then the relatively small amount of money that we're getting from the nonprofits is also proof of that. The relatively large amount of money that we have to pay the consultant to maintain the database to collect a relatively small amount of money is proof of that. So it's not this one thing, and it doesn't mean that the whole system is a failure and it can't happen. It means that you've taken it down a direction that provides details, and I think the details are problematic. What I want you to understand is that I'm presenting a solution, not because I don't want to do what you want to do, but because I think what I'm presenting is better able to do what you want to do.
Good points, but we still have $131,000 in our treasury that, by virtue of the fact that we are able now to collect fees from nonprofits, that we
Can I
did-
just, before we
probably pay $200,000 to get
I'm
that.
sorry to interrupt, but before we stick on that number, 130, it's actually, that is only the 4 colleges. That does not include all of the nonprofits. That is an example of how much they're paying. We got a chart that gave us the 4 nonprofits, the 4 colleges, and what they would now be paying. There's a whole slew of other nonprofits that are now paying. So I just don't want it to stick that the nonprofit entities are only paying 130. That's not true.
Are there a whole slew, though?
Can I
Every
ask
church,
some?
yeah.
Can I ask Heather a couple other questions?
Sure.
and I'll make a statement too. When we enacted the stormwater legislation, I think we all recognized that the system would be more fair if we could charge property owners by the amount of impervious they have, not just by the size of their property. But in order to do that, we needed GIS data to do that. And we all recognized at that time that the GIS data we needed was not in hand. We would have to pay outside services to develop that data and then to maintain that data. Is this GIS, this launch of this GIS system going to lead us toward that ability of being able to determine? I know in the beginning it won't, but will it lead us eventually to this ability to charge the fee based on impervious, based on lot size, impervious size, all that other information?
I want to say it could. It's something that the GIS can be configured to look at many things, and that could be an option. So I don't want to say yes or no, but that is a possibility.
But in general, I mean, my understanding is we will understand the extent of parcels, the extent of property ownership, and we'll use that information to do billing.
Correct.
And that's something we don't really have a good handle on right now.
Correct. This would really sync, it would really be twofold, the GIS. It would allow the township and Steve Norsini and our stormwater administrator to have a valuable information right at their fingertips that would be updated continuously, but it would also be tied into the billing so that they would be in sync, and that this would include sending out the billing for the stormwater every year. And if you read through their list of what's included with GIS, it's not just buying a GIS program. There are many benefits to having this, not only for the staff, but for the billing department as well.
So and to further that discussion, if I were to look, if for instance, if we went to CH2M Hill, if I'm saying that right.
Yes.
The initial year, there's a lot of setup costs. Everyone's going to have setup costs. Some companies will choose to spread that over the course of a long engagement. Some want that money up front. But the bottom line is, if I look at year 2, I'm looking at about $73,000 to administrate the system and that includes I assume that includes the billing portion. Okay, so to me, $73,000 to cover the administrative overhead cost of billing residents the right amount of fees for this program is the right thing to do. And I think with the ancillary benefit of getting more accurate billings and then also being able to bill all property owners, not just residents.
We did vote specifically not to do that, though.
I understand that, but
The unanimous recommendation, as I understood it from.
yeah, and I'm not saying we're going to get that ability to. Again, this data is not going to allow us to bill. I don't know if you're arguing about the impervious
I'm
piece.
saying that I think that we voted not to do what you're asking to do, and I think the Stormwater Committee voted unanimously to recommend that we not do what I'm hearing you tell us we should do with the GIS. The GIS can do lots of things, and I think it can do what you just said.
I'm not asking that we do that. I want to understand long-term what we're going to get, because you're investing in GIS, you're going to have a lot of data, and then later on, once you have that data, a future board may decide that they want to handle the process differently. And I want to understand if that is an opportunity or not. I don't like the idea that the board only, or the township administration only has one methodology here. I want to understand, we're buying data, we're buying capability, we're buying billing capability that we don't have. So anyway, I'm just going to argue that I'm going to support this because even though the fees are a little bit high at first, I believe, a 7% administrative fee to administrate a program like this is not that high. If you look at the cost of administration in general, it's a good size of our budget. So the point is, as much as I want all that fee to go into capital investment, you have to have administrative overhead. You can't just put the money in a bank and then...
You don't have to.
Well...
You don't have to.
Yeah, well...
So... All right.
So if I live at your house, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I take all the all the money I want.
Yeah, if you have other ones, that's
the only thing I wanted to comment.
All right. Well, I'm just looking. I'm still confused about the geospace. I'm with you, John, about what is the GIS, and I'm reading this, and it says that the CH2M Hill and other potential GIS users the GIS will be used to determine the long-term geospatial needs of the stormwater program. During this process, our key staff will share lessons learned from other stormwater GIS projects and identifies efficiencies which can be used to more quickly enable Radnor to produce early results from the GIS investment. I don't know what it means, honestly, but it has something to do with the geospatial needs. It doesn't sound to me like mapping of individual parcels on it for impervious. So I don't see that in here at all. If anything, it seems to be related to stormwater piping or stormwater basins, et cetera. That's what it seems like. I don't know.
There may be an engineering use of it as well as the billing administration.
Well, first of all, I'm a huge proponent of, well, no, I was totally and irreparably against the whole program here, and I call this a stormwater tax. I think it's more aptly called the rain tax. This is a tax on the rain, and it's not truly a fee. But Don is absolutely correct. It's because of the way we're characterizing it. I think it's more likely than not that the IRS would deem this not to be a tax and not to be deductible as an expense for an individual's. That's just my view. So, number one. Number two, what I said last week was the program, I have some grave concerns about it. And I disagree that the program was a good program, and it's not necessarily anything to do with Heather and the Stormwater Management Board, but we have 2 years of collecting a fee from our constituents. Tax, rain tax, 2 years of collecting this. We don't even have a list of sites that we all agree on, of what work we're going to do. We don't have a prioritization of what work we're going to do. And now we're planning to spend $60,000 as a start. And last meeting, we were told $190,000 is what Commissioner Higgins said, is we need $190,000 out of the money we've collected and not spent for a single stormwater project to even start to determine what we want to do. Further, Commissioner Curley has made a point often about with any of these projects that are even under consideration, there hasn't been any type of a rigorous determination as to the effectiveness of any of the projects. So we have a wish list of projects, but in the meantime, we've collected the money from our constituents. We haven't given them, and we talked about a credit for this program. We're not giving a credit to anyone who spent any amount of money to build or expand their house in the stormwater efforts that they put into place. Those people get zero. All we're talking about for a credit program is some rain barrels or some other modifications to existing sites.
Rich, the motion before is
so-
resolution
Can I address
2015.
that? No, I'm speaking. I'm speaking here. I'm speaking.
Yeah, but
Kindly don't interrupt me. Point of order.
Try and keep it to resolution 2015-46.
We are talking about this resolution. This resolution,
credits
it's
and
all
everything.
completely relevant. Now, Bill, you've been interrupting me all night. See, this is why the public thinks that we can't get along, because you are very poor at being polite
Just trying to move
and
things along.
accommodating
Let's go.
to your other commissioners. Now,
Don't say anything. We got it.
the program has been ineffective in that we've collected money and we haven't done anything with it except for to make one repair that was not part of the original scope of work. So, and what John also said is incorrect. We don't need to pay a consultant to decide what we're going to spend this money on. We can do it with the people that we have. We can choose not to. That's fair enough if we don't think that we have the expertise to do it, but we shouldn't have taken 2 years to do that. We should have thought about what we needed and talked about that when we implemented the plan.
Rich, why don't you give her a minute to explain how this money will be spent?
Well, I think we've seen that. It's going to be spent to administer the program, and it's going to be focusing on Ithan Creek watershed. Correct? That's what we said.
Correct.
Right? So that's going to automatically, certain parts of the township are excluded from the initial review. And so that's another problem with the program. The program, and Bill White was working on it, and once again, you interrupted our professionals. Bill White is working on a determination as to what wards are paying and what fees for the tax, for the rain tax. And we should spread that money, we should evenly amongst the constituents. That would only be fair. But what we see here is that that's not going to be the case. And Commissioner Higgins, you agreed with me last meeting that this program was the most ill-conceived and the worst thought out and the most abusive of government that I can remember ever in Radnor Township. That doesn't necessarily say anything about the Stormwater Committee.
I think your statement was that we've been waiting a long time, and this was the worst program or committee, and I made the mistake of agreeing with 100% of what you said.
Well, I think you let the truth slip.
When I only meant to agree that we've been waiting a long time.
Let's see if there's any public comment.
I'd like to make a comment. Sorry, Bill. So, first of all, I want to say that I personally, in my opinion, think it's completely harsh and unfair to judge this, make proclamations about how this is a failure of a program when it's been 1 year. Okay, we've had 2 collections, but it's been 14 months since we started this. And this problem is 5 decades in the making, and to assume or to hope that this was going to be solved in 1 year is funny.
Just have a plan and use the money.
The other thing
You're not
is the
interested
fact
anymore,
that
are
we've
you?
collected for 1 year and now we've collected for a second. We've spent a lot of money. Okay, we've had a lot of projects in the last year. They might not be, the sexy ones that we're dying to get to, but we have fixed the Mill Road culvert, the Malin Road culvert, the Mulbridge Bridge, the Shimoni Bridge. We have money earmarked for North Waynfield. I mean, we have a lot of projects in the work right now, and in my view, it's a lot in the first year when we're getting this all together. This is sort of uncharted water. Townships don't have this type of program. So I'm actually pretty proud of what we've accomplished so far and the way we're positioning ourselves to move forward. Which brings me to what we're supposed to be discussing right now, which is the proposal from CH2M Hill. The worst name ever, really. I mean, it's so hard to say. I'm very supportive of this. I know that we have been discussing this for 10 months, and I've been part of the discussions through staff and what we want out of this, this consultant and how to get the most for our money out of this consultant. And I know that the committee has spent many, many hours fine-tuning what we're going to get out of this consultant. My one question when I was reading through this is I found it really interesting that this, in their proposal to us, all of the examples they gave of the townships that they're saying, we have all this experience, we ran this program like this, they're all green infrastructure programs, or what they call green infrastructure or sustainable management programs. And I wonder, in your judgment, is that because this particular firm has an expertise or is known for that type of approach, or is it just that they're most proud, they're showing off that they have that?
I thought that their proposal just outlined an exceptional level of expertise in this area. They were very attentive. They've come to several meetings, in fact, almost every stormwater meeting in the last 6 months. I feel that they have a very strong understanding of some of the issues that we're facing. They've provided free expertise at some of our meetings just to answer questions and provide us guidance. And we really feel that it's a necessary tool for us to go forward. We're just volunteers. We do have background in civil and stormwater engineering, but it's not our task to design these projects. I design stormwater every day. I would love to just jump in and fix everything in the township. But we're coming from different wards, and it took a little bit of time to really understand. We didn't want to rush this project and just throw projects out there. It took our committee time to start allocating money that we thought at first properly would be some rehabilitation while we were going through studies, looking at photos. Residents had submitted videos of flooding so that we could make the best decisions for Radnor. And hence, I think having the GIS, which is the way really, frankly, I think townships are going to go. Everyone is heading that way. I'd like to think that we're in the forefront, that we're going to lead by example, that we have a stormwater administrator that will provide us the support for billing, for stormwater management, for watershed analysis, and that we'll have this interface with the township that will not only help the stormwater committee, but will help billing and will just sync everything on the same level. That'll just, I think, it would be a benefit to the township in general. And I mean, it's only, I think Jim had said, the stormwater part is 3.9%. I know Mr. Booker said we want to start spending money. Here's the opportunity. We're asking you to provide us with a tool for an experienced stormwater administrator. We're asking to use some of this fund in a positive direction.
Yeah,
So
and
we
I
are
see it-
using money.
Yeah, but
And I see it as
that's
really-
more bureaucracy, isn't it?
Are you interrupting?
I am.
Elaine has the
Because
floor.
isn't that more, are you spending money for bureaucrats, not on stormwater solutions? Isn't that what we asked you to do? To pick out what projects that we want to do, and then we'll hire consultants
Our
to do
tasks
them.
were for recommending. Our tasks were not for designing. Our tasks were not to.
Tim, I want a recommendation, but you're recommending not projects, you're recommending to bureaucrats.
No, we are recommending, and we'll get into it with the second, we are recommending, in addition to the GIS, the Stormwater Administrator, we are recommending an engineering assessment that will yield draft RFP preparation for flood mitigation in Ithan Creek. So we don't just want a watershed study. What we want is something very specific that will provide us with options and cost, because I think that's been done in the past. There's been studies done, and it's been a while. So we need to do something that's more recent, more current. There's been a lot of development and changes since the last Pannoni study 20 years ago, so that we need to take a look at Ithan watershed and follow through with it. It doesn't help just to do a study. What we are suggesting is to put funding aside for not only, and I think here we'll get into it, it's $500,000 to be appropriated for execution of projects in Ithan watershed. We're ready to move forward.
Okay, so
That's the next
let's
item.
wait till
The
we
next
get to the
item.
next item.
Yes.
To finish our discussion of this item, I think you brought up a very important point in your discussion, and that is that a very important, critical part of the value that this consultant will bring is not the billing and the administrative part. That's wonderful. We need it. Great. It's the professional guidance and expertise that this committee needs.
Correct.
And, I look back at the Garrett Hill process, and how well that went. That's because we had dedicated, smart, knowledgeable volunteers led by professional people with expertise to help them through the process. And I don't see how that we could move forward expeditiously and efficiently without that kind of professional guidance. So I'm fully on board, and I'm deferring to the hours and hours of research that you put in choosing this firm over the others.
Any public comment?
Heather, is there engineering in this proposal, or is it just the GIS?
There is a section for Stormwater Management Advisory Committee, and then project administration and request for drafting proposals to move forward with cost analysis and planning for future projects. If you would turn to, I don't know if you have it
And
in
you
front of
have, you have a representative from the company here.
We do.
Mr.
We have
Weibel.
Dan Weibel
Mr.
here from the
Weibel's
company. Correct.
Wait, no speaking from the audience, stop.
John, it's also to appoint the stormwater administrator. Every municipality has to have a named stormwater administrator. This contract, Rich, not just billing, it includes, under this contract, and Heather, correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
The firm being appointed, taking on responsibility of representing the interests of Radnor Township as its stormwater administrator. That's a task that some townships have to hire staff at an additional expense and benefits to do. It's covered under this. We've got to have one. It's being taken care of under this
Well, we don't
contract.
need to have one. It's our own rules.
It's
Well, we
the
do if you
law.
want us to move
It's
forward.
not the law.
In a timely
It's not the law. We set the law. We could do our own. But here, the point is, I'm interested in hearing what CH2M Hill will do and what's in here, because it seems, once again, We've collected the money for 2 years. We haven't decided what projects we want to do. And what we have decided is we want to pay a bureaucrat that's going to collect the money and do more plans. So I'm missing it.
Yes, Ken Taylor, Wayne. The point I just raised, and that addresses what Don was asking as well, what are we getting other than billing in the GIS? One of the things under the terms of this contract, as I read it, is we're getting instead of having to farm out to another engineering firm, we're getting a stormwater administrator that we need. We need that relative to FEMA interaction. We need it relative to when a property owner attempts to try to use his engineer to move what the township has previously accepted as the parameters of the flood zone in an attempt to try to overdevelop or develop a property. This stormwater administrator will act as an advocate for the township in proceedings like that, and that's covered under this as well. The other point here would be, and perhaps Heather can address this, I noted that there were only 2 firms that I guess made the final cut. AMEC, who is the firm we had been dealing with, having to do with producing the stormwater fee and advising us on the commencement of that and the direction we took in that. And I noted that their bid for the same processes, their billing seemed to differ between the years, but by my calculations, their bid was about 7% less. And I was wondering if that expertise that perhaps Heather previously indicated was why Stormwater Advisory went with the high price spread.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Dan Cherry, Wayne. Some interesting discussions regarding this. I'd heard at the last Stormwater Management Advisory Committee meeting, one of the members actually urged the fellow members of the committee to think like a politician, which was a little disconcerting to hear that. Something else, just when we hear from this representative from the committee tonight, there's a right to know request responded to email that has been circulated from the same member who made that comment. And in his email, I can't pronounce this person's last name. His first name is Joe. The last name, I believe, is spelled S-C-H-A-N-N-E. The email actually indicates as follows. I thought it was important to reach out to my commissioner, John Nagel, 5th, and get his perspective. It was an interesting conversation. Some key takeaways that I got. Elaine S., John, would be presumably John Nagel, and Jim H. are the 3 commissioners that are very interested in stormwater and the Stormwater Management Advisory Committee. So in case this comes as news to you, Commissioner Fisher, Commissioner Booker, and Commissioner Curley, you are apparently not thought of as caring too much about stormwater, just for your own edification. And I think Commissioner Booker...
I care deeply about stormwater.
Can you talk to the motion before us? The motion before us?
Not surprised at all that appears to be the belief of the stormwater, at least one member, pursuant to a discussion he had with a certain commissioner who is absent tonight. I think also Commissioner Booker's comments about this Ithan Creek watershed and how that seems to have applicability to certain wards. I believe that would be Ward 1, Commissioner Higgins. Ward 3, that would be, let's see, Commissioner Spengler. Ward 4, Commissioner Schaefer. Ward 5, Commissioner Nagel. It might be denoting a certain pattern here about certain wards that are perhaps impacted by this money that we're putting this particular study into, and the fact that at least 3 of those wards are up for election this year, and all of those wards share a particular political party in common, which I dare say is
Mr. Sherry, could you talk
perhaps
to the issue
coincidental.
before us? Can you talk to the issue before us?
Valid points. Second Ward is not scheduled to be on this list, and we are going to contribute the most.
Public comment, please.
Well, again, just some food for thought as we continue to hear from the Stormwater Management Advisory Committee's representative moving forward. Thank you.
Dan, what did you hear about think like a politician? What was that statement?
Let's go.
That was
what was the context of that?
Well, I think irrespective
It's hearsay.
of the it's hearsay. Well, remember, we're not an attorney, Commissioner Spengler, so maybe we need to think about what we're saying about out-of-court statements offered for its truth. But I would say this to you, Commissioner Booker. Can you put that statement in context in any perspective that makes sense to you? Me either.
No, I just want to say that,
Go ahead, Heather, go ahead. Let's hear what you're
go
saying.
ahead.
All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Wait, is there any other public comment?
There's no other comment. All those opposed?
Nay.
All right, passes 4-2. Now we're going to move to the next item on the agenda because there will be another discussion, okay?
I think Dan left his notes here.
Don't look at them. You'll find
Oh, no, you can, unlike certain other people, I don't have an issue in terms of my notes and documents being reviewed in the light of day. I try not to, behind closed doors, put forth or advance, it was a joke and sit down. Okay, well, I didn't really take it as a joke, but I appreciate it. Again, I think transparency is very important. And when it comes to documents, again, nothing that I draft or author I'm particularly concerned about seeing, as opposed to, say, somebody who would, behind closed doors, seek to pursue a disciplinary action while at the same time saying publicly, I'm very apologetic, accept my heartfelt apology. That's where Commissioner Nagel and I just aren't cut from the same cloth. But again, I appreciate the joke, Commissioner Spengler. I'll be back momentarily.
Yeah.
Can we hear from CH2M Hill about?
No, we're done with that.
No,
We're
no,
going to the next item.
but let me just request. Does anybody else want to hear from the consultant what he's going to do? You don't, we're just
Yes,
agreed
that's
to
coming
sit-
up. That's coming up.
Well, no, it's $500,000 is coming up.
Well, no, you're
I
going
think
to hear now.
His request for qualification, really, if you read it, really outlines the excellent
Yeah.
work that they're going to do. I mean, to sit
Yeah.
here, if you want to sit here till 11 o'clock, we can, but I think that's
Yeah.
why we chose them. I
In-
thought
in our-
their
in our
request
pa-
was very thorough.
So
outlined.
We
let's,
appreciate it.
so we have a $60,000 consultant. We're not even going to have him discuss what work he's going to do at all.
We got
It's
a
in-
pretty
it's right
thorough
in here.
briefing.
All right.
Yeah,
I'd like
Heather,
to-
I know most people think it's helpful to hear from the people what they're going to do as well, right?
I would like to move the passage of Resolution 2015-48, authorization for an expenditure of up to $60,000 for an Ithan Creek watershed assessment, with authorization for $500,000 to be appropriated for the remediation efforts determined by the Ithan Creek watershed assessment. And this is by request of the Stormwater Advisory
Do I have a
Committee.
second? Do I have a second?
Well, I will second, but I'm going to eventually ask for an amendment. So
Okay.
I don't know if I'm precluded
All right.
from seconding.
Oh, you got a
Okay,
second?
then
No,
I
you-
second.
Yeah, and then let's hear, I think the amendment that you're going to want is probably
Probably similar.
the same one I
I'll
want.
start with, again, my reservations. So this is intangible to me and lots of money, which is a troublesome combination. I know CH2M Hill, I know their reputation. I don't need to read their credentials to know just the firm is enough. But we already have, we have Gannett Fleming can do the things that where's Ken. All the things that you identified, we already have the capability to do that. So as I see it, this is just one more, it's not tangible to me, and it's a lot of money, and that troubles me. So that's my first concern. Then my second concern is if I believe that we should be taking a watershed-based approach. We should assign the funds by watershed, and then each watershed's pot builds separately. And if we do that, then it doesn't matter the order that we take the projects, because we can while we're studying the Ithan Creek, the other watersheds are accumulating funds, and when we evaluate those, then we can do projects and we can distribute the funds like a fee. The concern I have with this, in addition to what I said before, is that I'm concerned that all the attention is going to be put in that one watershed. Projects will emerge, and those projects will get sort of the first pass. And then when those projects that would be in other parts of the township would get, they'd be the second-class citizen, and if we got to them, maybe there'd be enough money. So to me, I could support something along this lines if it was a bit more tangible and if it had the protections that ensured that projects in other wards would not be short-shifted by the serial nature with which we're doing this.
And we're not, we're not looking to do that either. What we looked at is, we didn't look by ward. We looked at what the worst and severe and most frequent flooding was. And I didn't know, I could have just put on a map, we didn't pick by ward. We wanted to pick what was the worst and address that first.
Can we separate ward out of this? Because let's just take that out of the issue for the moment. The issue, as I see it, is watershed and geographic distribution. So ward is one way of identifying it, but if you characterize the problem as a ward problem, there's an emotionalness to it that is going to be less if you characterize it as a watershed problem.
But we're not. We looked at the 3 watersheds, and we felt that Ithan watershed had the most severe problem flooding.
Right. And that's the difficulty. I accept your earnestness in that, but to me, that's the problem. That if based upon the way that we have decided to raise the money, that serial nature is problematic. If we decide on a watershed-based approach, then we could use that serial nature, but because we're not doing that, to me, that assumption is problematic.
And I think another reason that we're looking at the Ithan watershed is that there are 2 areas that we've talked about that have severe flooding are really for emergency and public use. For instance, in front of the Radnor firehouse. To me, that is a great need for not only just the local residents, for the school, but for the fire department to be able to get out in a flood. The other one that we discussed was also the culvert here at Ivan Avenue. So if there's a police emergency, so we're not picking certain projects for certain neighborhoods, and I'm sure that they were equally important or severe flooding maybe in another area. We tried to pick the worst flooding, which happened, we thought, in Ithan watershed, and that's where we're starting. We have to take a step forward and say, let's move forward with an area that is going to benefit the public and is the most severe. Not saying that we can't do the other watersheds. We'd like to do all 3 watersheds so that we can make sure we address flooding in all townships. But we'd be remiss to not address what we thought were the most critical, which just happened to be in the Ithan watershed.
Okay.
Question on watershed. Will the GIS data help us identify what
Yes.
areas are part of each watershed?
Yes, it will be a great tool for us and the stormwater administration to use. It will go hand in hand.
Other commissioner comment?
So who's doing this study?
So as you will see noted on item 2, that the stormwater administrator would be doing this study.
So the one we just voted to hire?
Correct.
Okay, that's good. That's the right answer. I'm happy to hear that.
Yes, no, and it just makes sense that we would work with them hand in hand on the GIS, on the
Right,
billing,
right, okay.
on an engineering assessment. They would attend all of our meetings. And I think the important key here is that we're going to be monitoring projects as they go forward. It's not just a study that's going to sit and nothing's happening. I think working hand in hand and attending all of our meetings, that our committee and the township will be completely up to date and in sync on what they're recommending so that we can mitigate putting forth projects or site remediation, whatever term you want to call it, in a more beneficial and faster way to the board. We realize that there's flooding out there. We're trying to move this along. And by having a stormwater administrator, having the GIS all tied together, I think is really going to move us forward in the right direction to put forth ideas on how to really solve this.
So Heather, we would, CH2M Hill then, we would be in for $130,000, $190,000 in the first year?
No, it's 100, I think it's 128. The original proposal, we met with AMAC and CH2M Hill originally, and we pared back some of the things that we thought that we could do to keep costs down, and some of the things that we feel would be beneficial to leave to the experts. So you'll notice there was, and hopefully Steve included it, it's $128,000 total for the implementation of GIS, managing the system, stormwater management advisory support, project administration and preparing requests for proposals, construction cost management.
So may I ask about that, if that's all right? Because I'm confused by the number that you've provided. So the previous resolution said $129,000 for calendar year 15.
Yes.
To CH2M Hill, and now what I just heard from you now is $60,000 for CH2M Hill.
No, it's $128,000 for year 2015. And for 2016, it's approximately $73,000.
Right, but then if we're also paying them $60,000 to do the study, so they're in for $190,000 in the first year and $130,000 in the second year.
Correct.
Okay. So
We thought it was
again, I'm troubled by
Well, it's gonna-
the vagueness and the largeness of those numbers.
Okay, but Don, I just want to make sure we're all hearing this. The 128,000 is to administrate the GIS and billing system. The 60,000 is actually to analyze the Ithan watershed flooding issue.
Correct.
And back to us with recommended projects in order to address those issues.
Correct. You could have used
So
Gannett
it's-
Flem, you could use
it's
anyone, but
additional-
we felt it was
additional work.
better to keep it all together since we're going to be working hand in hand
Right.
with the GIS and with the analysis, that we felt it was best to work with our stormwater administrator in this capacity.
Okay, so what we're doing in this motion, what we're being asked to do in this motion is to pass a resolution moving forward with this Ithan Creek watershed study
Correct.
that, and here's where it gets a little dicey, that will result in, I'm hoping, what I would like to see, result in an RFP for these three projects.
Correct.
And the three
and multiple
projects
draft.
being, pardon me?
It could be multiple draft RFPs. It just
Okay.
could be one, it could be five.
But it will include the emergency public safety issues that we've had in front of us for 5 years now.
Correct.
Being the firehouse and Ivan Avenue culvert. So I feel like, I mean, given the amount that this township has studied the Ithan watershed, starting in 1973 all the way up to 2011, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we've had 7 full-out studies of the Ithan Creek watershed. And so I feel like the homework is already done here. A lot of the homework is done. And that my goal from another study, which I'm not opposed to, my goal is that all of that is taken, used, not repeated, and ends up in concrete RFPs for some action. Now, we don't know what that's going to be. That's what the experts are supposed to tell us. But my worry, the way this is that this is worded, it's not clear enough what the end product we want from this money is. And I want to make sure that it is clear in the wording. I'm not opposed. I think we're saying the same thing. It's a slightly semantic difference. In my world, I would have started with the 3 projects we need fixed now, and I would have said, fix these 3, give us an RFP to fix these 3 projects, which will necessarily entail a study of the watershed, because that's how you solve it. So it's just a different way of looking at it.
Right. I mean, and that is our goal, is that, and I don't know, and you can read on the summary that we sent to you, item number 2, that the assessment will culminate with multiple draft RFPs prioritized based upon severity of flooding, feasibility and cost to remediate flood conditions. So that is, we're not just doing a study and it's going to sit. That's something that we want to take this study that will yield multiple draft RFPs so that we can move forward.
So would you be, I mean, do you think it's consistent with your recommendation to add language saying this assessment and recommendation shall contain or include RFPs for projects that would address these 3 issues?
Those 3 could be issues. I don't want to limit it to that in case they come back and say, well,
Then we could say a non-limiter, these 3 issues and.
right, there could be other issues. I don't want to pick, 1, 2, or 3. There are areas that we have discussed that we know that there's flooding there. We realize that. We've seen video, we've seen photos. So what we want to do is make sure that we can move forward with draft RFPs. It could include them, but they could come back and say, we think you should also do X, Y, and Z. And then we can take a look from there and provide something specific back to you.
Can I get some point of clarity?
Yes.
So we've had studies done. We've identified problem areas in the township. We know these specific items, like in front of the firehouse, we know there's an issue, and out here in front of the township building. What's the scope of the $60,000 engagement? I mean, if we already know what these particular issues are, do we need, I mean, at this point, shouldn't we just put these out to RFP to address these issues, or do we need to have more engineering done in order to get the RFPs?
I think you need to do your due diligence and have a little more engineering done. And we've discussed with CH2M Hill at their last meeting that we don't want the same report sent back again. Like, that's not the goal of this. We want new information, we want ideas, but I think we need to do our due diligence when we're going to do this. I would hate to blindly throw it out there and have these RFPs when we didn't take a step back, because there has been changes in the last 20 years. So I think, to be fair to them who would put forth recommendations and draft RFPs, there should be a due diligence and money should be spent so that we are on the same page. We can provide the best decision back to you, knowing that we looked at everything and here's what we think we recommend.
Are the four of you comfortable that you understand what you're spending money on? It just sounds like I'm hearing tremendous uncertainty from each of you, but it sounds like it's going to go forward.
I will say that I'm not going to support allocating the $500,000 at this point, because we don't do that. We don't say, we think there's a problem, we know we're going to find some potential solutions to the problems, and we're going to set this money at it now. We wait to see what the problems are, what the RFPs come up as, and then we vote to decide how much money to spend. So I won't support that, but if we need to spend $60,000 to quantify and qualify these problems in a way that will lead to accurate RFPs, and that's what I think we're saying here.
Correct.
I will support spending $60,000, but Don, I value your opinion in this area. This happens to be one of your areas of expertise, at least understanding stormwater, and I don't know if we need to spend $60,000 or if we just need to hire some engineering firms to design some fixes.
So part of my concern is that I feel like this is a conversation we had 3 years ago, this exact conversation with the firm from Ohio whose name escapes me at the moment.
Chagrin Valley.
And it's like, it's just deja vu. We're in the same, and again, I know the firm and I know the reputation, and they can design anything, they can do anything that we need them to do. But I see this as the same concern I had 3 years ago. I saw it as an intangible scope. I see this as intangible scope, and I'm sensing that that no one really sees the tangible nature of the scope.
Well, then it kind of leaves us shorthanded. I mean, we want to move forward, but we're advisory. We're just making recommendations. We're asking for tools that we can take a step forward, and we want to take that step forward. And without that, it makes it very difficult.
So in fairness, like, you've been put in a bind, I think. I think you've been put in a bind because I think what you're getting is sort of soft direction, and then when you come back with a response to soft direction and a price tag to it, you're getting pushback on the price tag. So I'm sensitive to that, but I again have to be concerned about authorizing an expenditure that I don't think is prudent. So I guess I'm just
Can I put that question on the table one more time? So in the case of Chagrin Valley, we paid them, or no, we didn't. I don't know if we paid them to do this, but they came back to us with it. Yeah, we paid them for engineering to engineer a solution for the North Wayne Basin. We did not pay them to engineering a solution to the Ithan Avenue issue. And the question is, should we authorize $60,000 to CH2M Hill to evaluate and analyze, engineer possibly, a solution to these two areas?
So, John, I think we did. So I'm just going from memory. I'm not trying to correct you. I'm trying to be accurate on the facts. But I think we did pay the firm from Ohio a decent amount of money to sort of prioritize or assign projects and give us sort of that universe of solutions. So it's almost like, it sounds very similar to what we're trying to do tonight. And 3 years ago when we had this, the argument against it was, why are we doing this? We have the Pannoni study from 10 years ago. So I still think the solution to this is for staff to look at the universe of problems, the universe of solutions, come back with 10 specifics, send those 10 specifics to this board, and have that board say, yeah, here are the 3 or 4 that are the highest priority. Then our board comes, takes that back and says, okay, we're going to earmark $800,000 to solve those 3 priorities. And then every year we repeat that process because every year there's another lump of cash that comes into the collection and we go deeper down the list.
Don, could we also put, if we had a list of projects prioritized, could we also just put those out for RFP, get the bidding back, and then then vote to allocate funds? I don't like this idea of allocating funds towards problems, because if you tell a construction firm that you have 800,000, well, the price is 800,000. So, let's not do that. Let's engineer it. Let's find out what it costs, and then decide whether we want to do it. That's how we normally do all of our
Well,
projects.
Don, I was on track with you, your thinking for the last year, I guess. And I went to the last meeting of the Stormwater Advisory Committee, and I presented my views on getting projects so that we can discrete projects so we can send them out and get studies done or engineering analyses done. And what I learned was that the committee feels that we need to do more of a programmatic analysis of what's going on with the Ithan Creek watershed. And out of that study will come, naturally, recommendations for remediation. So I have to yield to their judgment. They have, the lady on the right is a water resources engineer, Regina Madrasak. Heather, you were civil engineer?
Civil engineer.
Yeah.
With design, I designed stormwater-specific projects.
And your co-member over here is an engineer, I think?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Paige.
Your name,
And
sir? Charles
Charles
Boshin.
Boshin.
Thank you. And then we have our
Paige
PhD.
also is an engineer. in
Paige,
stormwater
yes,
management.
she's the vice chair.
Vice
So and then my rep on the committee is Paul Bergmeyer, who is, like you, a PhD, Don, and in chemistry, I think it is, or maybe it's chemical engineering, I'm not sure. But in any event, we have all this talent, as Elaine says all the time, we have to have recommendations from and we trust them, we need them, and they're qualified. They give us the necessary tools to make the ultimate policy decisions. And so I think this makes sense, to have this $60,000 to do this study. And out of that, I'm confident we're going to get real hard recommendations on sites or projects to remediate.
Mr. President, if I may, I've enjoyed the conversation that we've had, but just listening to some of the comments that goes on, we did actually back in 2010 with Hank Mahoney. I remember sitting in the senior center, some of the residents that were here talking about some of the storms, and actually being out in the heaviest part of those storms about 1:30 in the morning throughout the whole storms, and actually driving throughout the township just to see the force of water running through this town, and looking at even some of the parcels that we bought from our Drossen underwater were actually, it was the first time I saw it, I thought they were lakes. I thought these were beautiful lakes that we've seen. But the amount of water flow that goes throughout this township brought Chagrin in to do a study, overall study and recommendation, which we did, that put a lot of projects where they were. You look now at the Stormwater Advisory Committee, they're looking at projects. I think who went through is, let's have staff come up with these 10, and then they'll go to the Stormwater Advisory Committee, then they'll go back to the board and prioritize. You know, in my opinion, it looks like we don't want to make a decision somehow, or we don't agree with the fee because it's a tax or something. In my opinion, what we should do, by hearing a lot of this, let's get rid of the stormwater fee. Let's go back to square one. If we're going to raise taxes, let's raise taxes. But you have a list of a lot of projects. There are a lot of projects that need to be done. So we can actually study it more and more and more. For the time I've been doing this, for many years, and I've been out in the middle of these storms, seeing this in different towns, what water can do, how water moves. And I know we'll have people disagree in that and all this stuff. I can see at people's homes, I've been there around the clock, what water can do and how it moves. There are plenty of projects that have been laid out, and I remember the stacks of studies that we have here. But realistically, where these discussions should be at is in subcommittees of the board, because we've been here 4.5 hours. Really, these discussions should be had in the subcommittees of the board, where you go through and flush these out, no pun intended with the water, but flush these out and come to this and come up with standards, because I think during some of these heavy storms, you would be shocked the way water flows through the township here. It's absolutely amazing. We have certain dams that are in town too as well, where water comes in different areas. I think you've got to look at these. Again, we can go and study a lot more, which if that's the decision the board wants to go to, that's great too. But the issue, we have a number of projects right now that we can go with. There's culverts that are going to collapse,
Bob,
a lot of
can I-
those.
Are you advocating against the resolution because it's one more study, or are you advocating for the resolution because we need one more study to start moving things?
Don, I think the board should just make a decision.
Okay.
Make a
I
decision
actually
either
make a
one way
comment.
or not, but we just need to move forward on this. But again, to me, we're all over the place. I think we've got projects there is to look to move forward.
Elected body, and there's 7 of us, and that's normal. That's the way.
I have 2 points to make, is that I think we all actually don't understand each other, but we all want the same thing. And Jim Higgins understands that because he saw us, finally the light bulb went off after talking it over. And we're all looking at the same thing, whether you call it a study, or whether you call it a project, or whether you call it a problem. We're all talking about remediating flood sites. And I share all of your concern about the pile of studies that have been done in the past. Unfortunately, they don't have any technical support attached to them. And we have the opportunity here, which is really a golden opportunity, because Dan Weibel was at Cahill Associates and is very familiar with the Ithan Creek. So he's starting at a point of knowledge. And I don't think there's anyone I know who has a better background in that location to do this job. Additionally, the $500,000, I want to explain, I'm not advocating, I'm explaining why it's there. The reason it's there is because of the frustration with study after study and no implementation. That $500,000 is only been put in there, and I'm not advocating for it, to send the message that we do not want another study. This is a feasibility assessment for solutions on a watershed level. For these 3 severe flood sites and any other that fall within there will be looked at the same time, but we want to address public safety and flooding within Ithan Creek. And I would be happy to study the whole township at once, but everybody can't get on board with a project that large. So this is kind of the baby step. And if it came down to it 3 months later and we were ready to start Gulf Creek, I'd be very happy. I have no reason not to feel the way Don feels, where every project should have a fair comparison. But right now, the $60,000 would result in proposed concepts to solve the problems. It's not about telling us how bad the problems are. It's about how we're going to solve them, how much it's going to cost, whether it's feasible, what kind of permits are involved, do we own the land, do we have to purchase land, how can we remediate these flood sites?
And I will support that.
If you went out to CH2M Hill and you asked them to, and you said $60,000 for all 3 watersheds, I think you would get the solution.
I wish I could have that. That's an unreasonable number in my opinion, but, being in
My gut tells
the
me
DOT world, we're talking in millions.
If you went to CH2M Hill and said $60,000, all 3 watersheds, same time, no change in scope, you'd get a product, an actionable product that can do the thing that all 7 of us want.
Well, I'd be happy with, if they would do all 3 for that price. I don't think it's really realistic, because just so you know, that it involves also public involvement. So part of this process is for them to report to us on the progress, report to you on the progress, and take public comment. And Radnor, we have to have the buy-in up front if we want to see things move forward.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend the resolution as it was put forward. I get what you have put forward, and I hope to address some of not all, but some of the concerns that have come up tonight. So I would like to amend the resolution to change the language in the 3rd paragraph that begins "now, therefore." It would read the same up until the end of $60,000 for an Ithan Creek watershed assessment.
What are you looking at again? What's the number?
The resolution 2015-48, paragraph 3. So I'm going to read it as I would amend it. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Commissioners of Radnor Township does hereby provide authorization for an expenditure of up to $60,000 for an Ithan Creek watershed assessment and remediation recommendations, period. Such assessment and remediation recommendations shall include, at a minimum, RFPs for projects, for the following projects. 1, the Ivan Avenue culvert. 2, the low point in front of the firehouse on South Wayne Avenue. And 3, the flooding at the intersection of Banbury and Lancaster.
Second, it makes more sense. It has the tangible elements that would improve it, in my opinion.
And the at a minimum is, if other projects are there, bring them to us.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Let's go ahead and
Board comment. All right. So first of all, well, wrap it up. First of all, so what we've already approved is $320,000 is what I understand it to be for GIS draft RFPs after we've already done 7 studies. So Resolution 2015-46 called for $129,000, then $70,000, that's $202,000, and now we're talking about another $130,000. So $320,000, all for additional studies. All we've gotten the commitment to do is more administrative, right? We're hiring somebody to collect the fee. We're already collecting a fee, right? And we have somebody that's going to provide an RFP. I don't even know if that's accurate because the RFP, is this going to be an engineered solution for $60,000 and designed? I doubt that. It's going to have to be a schematic or an outline of potential solutions.
And that's correct.
For those.
They're not engineering solutions. It's just a schematic, a conceptual request, and the firm would come back and do the design.
Right. It would provide enough schematic detail and approximate costs that we can make a reasonable decision to pick projects from that to move forward with.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, you hope that would be the case, and this isn't Heather's fault or the Stormwater Committee's fault. This is exactly what is wrong with the program, because we're collected the money and all we're doing is buying in more administrators and doing yet more studies to do another RFP, which will then need to be designed and reanalyzed and reconfigured. So, and also, it's obvious it's going to take another year or more to even get to that point. So we'll now have 3 separate years of collecting this fee without doing anything on the people. I think that Bob's comment was very apropos, which is we should stop collecting the rain tax and avoid this. To say we've done some projects, we would have done those projects anyway without the rain tax. We didn't need to do this, and it's obvious we weren't ready to implement it. Now, the people on this board who put it on were the Democrats here. You guys wanted to have this, and this is exactly the type of government program which is run amok. 3 years of collecting of fees and nothing but administrative expense and studies. And we still haven't even heard from, because apparently we refused to hear from CH2M Hill about exactly what they're going to do. And finally, I was against the whole program, and we made that clear. I didn't get to vote on it because you voted before I came in, but I was against this whole stormwater tax or rain tax. But I said, at least if you're going to do it, if you're going to authorize it, make it fair, do a GIS study. You all, as Don pointed out, voted no GIS, yet we just approved money for a GIS. So isn't that absolutely in derogation of what was previously the directive of the board? And you're spending money for it. So my question, you're not from CH2M Hill. Can we talk to the CH2M Hill people?
No. Commissioner, if I may, my name is Charles Bosch, and I actually represent Ward 2.
I know. I forwarded your name for that.
Okay.
And Mimi recommended you highly.
Well, I
okay,
appreciate
but we don't
that.
know each other. That's
Here's my issue.
You're
When I
very well
started-
credentialed.
When I came on board with the Stormwater Committee, I came on board late in April. The first problem that we had in front of us were we were to take a list of about 30 projects and prioritize that.
Lower, it's like 10.
No.
10.
It's considerably more. It was like 30. I'm very serious.
Okay.
My question to the Stormwater Committee was, how would we prioritize this? Stormwater is unique. When the rains come down, all kinds of things happen. You do something over in this corner, it affects that corner, and so on. And we couldn't decide initially how we were going to approach this problem. What we finally decided on was to take a watershed approach, ignoring the wards, just take an approach that would give us a solution and start to solve the problems. The only way we could do is to understand the watershed first. None of us have quite the expertise and have had the time, although we read the Chagrin studies, we read the Pannoni studies, and so on, to try and figure out what is happening, but we didn't have that expertise. That's why we've asked that CH2M Hill give us an engineering assessment so we can understand how the Ithan Creek watershed is working. Now, the next step is, once we get this approval, once we get the assessment, they're going to generate RFPs that will give us an opportunity to go out and actually go out and get work done on these 3 sites that you mentioned, plus there may be others. But what happens when this board changes? And you come back in, and here we've done our job, and we put money up in front of you, and somebody says, no, we don't want to spend that. Now, we actually saw this happen with the work that was done with the middle school. A lot of the work was done, but not all the recommendations were put into place. And as a result, we have the mess we have in front of the firehouse. This $500,000 was not a definite, we're going to spend $500,000. What it was is a reservation of $500,000. So when these RFPs came out, we had something to draw on right now that the next board couldn't say, no, we don't want to spend that. We actually could start getting some results for the work we were doing. If we're not allowed to do that, then we're going to be right where we were. We want to generate a roadmap for where this township is going to go when it comes to stormwater. And a roadmap that's going to not end up this year or next year or the following year, but it'll keep on going. We will be looking at the other 2 watersheds. It has to happen in this township. We'll be looking at it on the basis of, now we're working on Ithan Creek. The next one is, where do we have the next worst flooding problems? And we'll go through it the same way. But once we establish and show you that indeed our system is working and we have a roadmap, we're not going to get the resistance that we've had in the past for spending money on repairs.
Well, let me just say that setting aside $500,000 doesn't accomplish anything because the next Board of Commissioners can change it in a minute, so.
Yes, they could, but it does, it forces them to actually reconsider and say yes or no.
Let them approve the bills.
All it does is set aside.
All right, thank you very much. So we had
just a couple more things. First of all, if the RFPs were going to be designed projects, they're not. They're going to be schematics. So we won't get anything. And if we're going to focus on one floodplain or one watershed, we shouldn't collect from all the other ones, right? Okay, that's the problem. Is you're collecting from everyone, and then we're going to work for some period of years and maybe never get. And still,
and I should do this over.
No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. And finally, the bigger issue is we have $2 million we've collected already for this purpose.
Sir,
yes,
excuse me. Could you please sit down?
Yes. So we have money set aside. We don't need to set aside money. But anyway, it's not the Stormwater Committee's fault. This
Okay.
is a flawed
No, we're not even gonna answer.
rain tax, and it's a flawed program.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to amend the motion, and we have a second on that. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Just amend, opposed? Opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain. So
That's a
it
bad,
passed.
it's a bad
5-1.
amendment to a
All right,
bad.
now the general
bad
motion with the
motion.
amendment. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
All right, passes 4-2. All right, the next item is community development. Oh, no. No. I know we're done, but
We had item H, but I'm going to ask that we pull that off.
I'm sorry, I just would like to, for the
I'm sorry.
record, I understand that you voted, but point of order for the
You can
record.
speak at public comment.
There was, I wanted to speak at public comment to the resolution. I came here prepared to speak. I know there was another gentleman who wanted to speak, and I have a comment that somebody left behind for me to read for them because they left, and there was no opportunity for public comment.
There was no opportunity for public, that was
So I just wanted to,
ridiculous.
just further, I wanted to let you know that they were helpful recommendations
But you can
to
make them
address
now,
the
right?
issues.
There's no reason
It's
why you
already
can't.
been, I appreciate
We
it,
can
but it's
undo
been
the vote
voted, and
if it'll-
so.
I mean, I think nobody saw, as far as we saw the public comment, we didn't see people,
Yeah, I
I
didn't-
thought it was over, okay?
Yeah, I did
was just
too.
Being respectful and waiting.
You know, you didn't give anybody an
Make your
opportunity.
public
That was an
comment now, and
improper
if
vote.
somebody wants to change the motion, we
Okay.
could change the
So,
motion.
all right, so I'm not, the big points are that that there is no data to support particular solutions, right? There has been people who have come forth at various times who have spoken vocally about various flooding problems, but essentially we don't have the data or the analysis to really identify appropriate solutions for the flooding problems in the township. We have the Pannoni report that's 15 years old. We have the CVE report, which is a regurgitation of the Pannoni report. Every request that I have made, either when I was on the committee or through right to know request, has yielded the same response. I have asked for the data and the information on various stormwater solutions that are on this infamous list that was never, ever reviewed by any committee to which it was presented, and I was on all the committees to which it was presented, so I know that, and I've said it every time. But in every single response, there is no data. So I want to be very clear, that's why the committee needs some additional analysis to get to potential solutions. The two recommendations that I would have put forth for your consideration is, to the extent that there was a concern that there's an inequity with doing one watershed and not the others, and that might yield an inequity in the use of the funds for potential solutions, the committee did, at the beginning, discuss, do you do all three, the whole community, or do you do it watershed by watershed? So one potential solution would be, rather than just have as your amended resolution, rather than just doing one watershed, you actually say you're going to do all three, right? And change, as Commissioner Curley was saying, go back and say, could you do all three for $60,000? The other concern that I had, that I raised to the committee and I raised to you, is this suggestion that this whole process will end in RFPs. I think that you've sort of you've skipped over some critical steps. I think that the analysis or analyses that are undertaken should result in alternative solutions to be considered by the public, by the committee, and by the commissioners. And once you've gone through that process, then you know what project you want to put out to bid. But I think you're sort of hopping over if you presume that as a result of this analysis, you're going to have an RFP that's going to go out to bid to implement a project. I think that you have sorely cut out the public if the RFP is the end product that you're mandating. And then the only thing I would like to say is that Annie Hirschler and Mike Falvey were here, and they just left me this statement: we feel the Stormwater Committee needs to allow for more detailed analyses of data to make informed stormwater decisions and suggestions. They obviously weren't here for the conversation, but they were concerned that there would not be support for the analysis necessary to secure the data necessary to consider alternatives and find appropriate solutions. So I would like to put that on the record on their behalf. Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may, just to Maya's point, I think there's one thing with the RFPs Maya makes a good point on, is before anything actually gets let, there are a lot of residents in areas, and it should be something that's specific, because there are times where engineers, and no offense to the engineers, will say water moves in a certain area. There are a lot of residents who will say the water actually doesn't go in those areas. So I think to have public input is critical for that aspect of it. So I think that should be something that should be included for public comment.
Dan Sherry, Wayne, speaking now at public comment, as there was not an announcement for public comment either with the amendment or with the vote. The last time I came up and spoke, I brought up this individual's email, this Joe, again, SCHANNE. It is a February 28, 2015 email. The last time I spoke, I talked about the fact that according to John Nagel, communicating with this Joe fellow, there are only 3 individuals, or he says the 3 individuals who are, quote, very interested in stormwater management, that being Elaine Schaefer, John Nagel, and Jim Higgins.
I'm hurt.
I would be too. The next sentence to that is as follows. They are collectively very, all caps, very disappointed that we are promoting more studies versus bringing forth specific projects. John, and this again means John Nagel, brought up the fact that he has heard from many of his constituents that the double-digit tax increase has come with no noticeable change or stormwater projects that he can point to. Now that, to somebody who was looking at it from a slightly skewed perspective, might be read to mean that John Nagel is very curious, he is running for re-election, as to how to make stormwater a political platform, pointing to shovel-ready projects. And again, I think it's disconcerting that apparently he is communicating that to his 5th Ward representative on the Stormwater Committee. I will echo Ms. Van Rossum's point about the necessity to look at all 3 watersheds rather than just start off with the one that appears to implicate only certain wards and not Commissioner Booker, Commissioner Curley, and Commissioner Fisher. The assertion made by a speaker whose name I do not remember that, oh, this is just the first step, we'll deal with those other watersheds later. It's interesting, however, at that point, the commissioners whose wards were already have benefited from this particular study and any RFPs that may come as a result of it, they're already taken care of, and then perhaps less likely to support a unified township-wide approach. The last thing I'll bring up regarding this stormwater approach, and speaking in favor of a data-driven rather than a perhaps politically motivated approach to stormwater management, comes from a Facebook posting from a group called Radnor's Environment Matters, or REM. On March 20th at 3:30 p.m., the following posting is made, which I think is fairly straightforward. It says as follows. The Radnor Stormwater Committee is seeking data so it can make informed recommendations to the BOC and the community. But there are those who want to turn it into a political football. Let's not let that happen. Come to Monday night's BOC meeting and send the message. We want the expert data that will allow us to make the right choices for Radnor communities. We are not interested in advancing uninformed political choices. Pretty straightforward statement. Who could really argue with that? Well, guess who did argue with that? Not here tonight. John Nagel. 2 hours later, he says as follows. You are the only one trying to turn this into a political football. And then whoever the moderator is for Radnor Environment Matters states as follows. Remember, Commissioner, you must control your anger. And then 15 minutes after that, John Nagel says as follows. Typical absurd comment. There is no anger. Sounds like you are trying to deny my free speech rights. So again, an interesting back and forth online. I think that the concerns about this potentially being politicized are borne out, again, in that email that I read to you all. And I would, again, reiterate that probably the best approach to ensure that this process is taken with equity and fairness is the multi-watershed approach that I've heard from Commissioner Curley tonight, that I've heard from Ms. Van Rossum tonight, and that make this data-driven rather than provide shovel-ready projects for certain commissioners who are going to be on the ballot in several months. Thank you.
Community development, public safety, library, public health, old business?
Old business. First of all, this is really heartfelt disappointment at this board and the tyranny of the rain tax and of the stormwater fee and this application. I would remind the people who voted for it, and it was several of the Democrats over here, that this fee, again, has proven to go to nothing but a duplicative layer of administration and is not solving any problems. And Commissioner Nagel is right to be concerned that through all the efforts of imposing a new rain tax and in setting up a program, there is nothing to show for it, and the people who did it was him and his fellow Democrats on this board. And it's typified by Commissioner Spengler and his repeated attempts to stop any voice in opposition, specifically the Republican voices, and specifically mine. So it's a very disappointing exercise, and especially because we're quite sure that the second ward, my constituents, the other watersheds are, there's no question, made second-class citizens in this program, and there's no question that no, you'll be able to talk. There's public comment after, so there's absolutely no question that the money has been taken. The money will continue to be taken. The program will go for administration. The program was devised and approved and imposed upon the public by the Democratic majority, and there's nothing that's yet been shown for it after 7 studies and after a multitude of efforts. It's very disappointing. No, I'm not done, Commissioner Spengler. Now, 2 weeks ago, the chair of the Democratic Party came to address the Board of Commissioners and used language that I believe was completely inappropriate. The use of jihad and other terms as if anyone who would dare criticize any of the Democrat commissioners, as if that criticism in and of itself was akin to a holy war. Such inflammatory rhetoric has no place in the public setting, and especially in this Board of Commissioners meeting. And the language does nothing and serves no purpose other than to inflame hostilities and divide the people. Further, what Dan Sherry showed here today is that one of the commissioners, when a constituent brought a legitimate complaint in front of the Ethics Board, a legitimate complaint, that commissioner retaliated and contacted the State Bar Association. It's a clear case of retaliation. It would be illegal and actionable in any business setting. And it is unconscionable that would be done. Further, the issues that have been raised against Commissioner Spengler, Commissioner Nagel, and Commissioner Higgins for ethics violations were reasonable, and they were, without question, a reasonable issue to be brought before the Ethics Board. But we've never had any chance to view any of the facts as a Board of Commissioners on any of those, because the people who control the process of the Ethics Board, the Democratic majority and the Democratic president of the Board of Commissioners, have refused to let the Ethics Board do its job and/or controlled it to an extent where they have refused to bring any recommendation or any review of any of these issues for any of these three commissioners to the board. So we know that we've never had a chance to even hear the facts in any of these cases. We know the people who are in charge of the process, and we have now heard from their Democratic chairman, and this type of improper language and inflammatory rhetoric is used to defend an indefensible process. So,
is there any new business?
Mr. President,
Participation.
Mr. President, if I can, just under new business real quick.
Oh, okay.
Just a reminder, this at the right time here, the spring extravaganza is rescheduled for this Sunday, the 29th at 2 p.m. at Villanova University Stadium.
Sir, public participation?
I just want to correct one very minor point.
Do you want to introduce yourself again to the public?
Charles Boshin, Hilaire Road, Ward 2. Ward 2 has benefited already from the stormwater tax, if you will.
Shimoni Road.
Shimoni Road. That was a major, major benefit. $400,000.
480. You're right. It was, but that could have been paid for by any process. It didn't need to be come out of the stormwater.
But that's Ward 2. All I'm saying is it did come out of stormwater. That's just one of the projects that came out, and it's drastically reduced the amount of money that the Stormwater Committee has to look at. Okay. Aside from that, all I'm saying is that when we consider individual wards, we have to consider that everybody drives Lancaster Pike at some point in time. Everybody counts on fire rescue. You know, this is the situation where we have to take a look and do for the good of the entire community. And that was our approach.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ken Taylor, Wayne. Rich?
Didn't you speak at the beginning of the meeting? You're still here? I mean, isn't that a violation?
Yeah, that's my own violation. Till you do something about it.
What?
Till you do something to change it. Rich, when
Speak
your
again.
party controlled this board in a huge majority, it promised every time to do something more than just do one of these studies. You know what happened? Nothing.
That's why I ran. That's why I'm here now
This
to change
township
it.
got a huge amount of money when Wyeth sold its properties. And after Hurricane Floyd, we were promised that some of that would be designated for flood use. You know what happened? Nothing. And that's why this board was doing what it had to do to lockbox funds so that your ward could get a bridge fixed, so that we could get these evaluations done and we could get these projects lined, because when you guys are entrusted to do the right thing, you find other ways of spending the money, or you find ways to preach that it shouldn't be taxed in the first place like you do. That's why it had to happen.
That's why I ran, Ken, because I do intend to make a difference, right? So whatever they did beforehand, you can't pin it on me. I will make a change.
There you go. David Wood. I just wanted to, it doesn't seem like anybody is going to apologize, so I figured I would do it for Radnor Township as a whole. I listened last Monday night. I couldn't make it to the meeting, so I got home and began to listen to the meeting. Heard the apology, which was basically a 2-second apology followed by, 5 minutes of saying how great somebody did for the township. It would be like cheating on your wife and then telling her what a great husband you've been for the last 20 years. It didn't cut it in my eyes. I was really upset by the comment. And then to get up, or to then follow that up with somebody standing up and telling the public that it's a jihad and that's why we're reacting to it is completely and totally ridiculous and makes me embarrassed to be a Radnor Democrat. In fact, I can't believe I can stick with that party for very long in this township as a result of such behavior. Something has to change, and I can't believe you're willing to accept that as a board. His apology, it was not an apology, and I would just like to, because nobody else will, apologize to Mr. Sherry for the behavior that our commissioner exhibited, and apologize for his apology, because it wasn't an apology. Thank you.
Dan Sherry, Wayne. Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Wood. You certainly have no reason to apologize to me. The whole point of an apology is, again, an understanding that something was done that was wrong. recognizing that it was wrong and actually showing contrition. And hopefully I've demonstrated tonight by Commissioner Nagel attempting to pursue a complaint against me with the Pennsylvania Disciplinary Board while simultaneously proclaiming things like my heartfelt apology, please accept my apology, demonstrates the complete lack of integrity of that particular man. I will be brief with my comments at the end of the meeting tonight. I had thought that I would speak at this meeting about the issue of whether or not Mr. Nagel's counsel, Neil Morris, and the legal fees that were incurred by Mr. Nagel should be reimbursed. Because Commissioner Nagel is not here tonight, I don't know, perhaps could you enlighten us, Commissioner Spengler, as to why Mr. Nagel is not here?
Well, he has a legitimate reason, so I think it's
Okay.
inappropriate for anyone, I mean, I know why he's not here.
Well,
And
I
think
just bring it up
to say
with-
it's fit, he has,
That's fine. I'll
it's
accept it on this.
appropriate for him, and no one should be critical of his absence, in my opinion.
I wasn't being critical of his absence.
we
I
should
was
have
just
gotten an
being
announcement
curious of his
on it. So
absence.
I'm just-
2 meetings ago,
Very good.
when he was not here, Commissioner Spengler stated at the start of the meeting that he had a bad cold. No such similar reason was given for his absence. So he's not here. Apparently he is sick. I will be discussing at the next Board of Commissioners meeting, when he has the opportunity to be present, the issue of whether or not this board has the discretion as to whether to allocate funds to Commissioner Nagel for reimbursement for his legal fees. And to the extent it's the position of the solicitor that no such discretion is available, that you must, as to why a resolution condemning the conduct of Neil Morris and the way he treated your constituents at that ethics board meeting, and what Commissioner Morris falsely represented about the Radnor Township Police Department is also fertile grounds for a resolution disapproving of his conduct. Again, though, don't want to go into that with Commissioner Nagel not here, but I'll close by thanking Commissioner Booker for bringing forward the topic of what's been going on with this ethics board, and again, the complete lack of recommendations from the ethics board. We heard from Stormwater Management Advisory Committee, we've heard from Planning Commission, we've heard from many of the various advisory boards in Radnor Township in the last couple meetings. Every single one of those advisory boards has something in common. They're bringing forth recommendations to you all. They are not taking dispositive action. That is obviously completely distinct from the behavior exhibited by the Radnor Township Ethics Board. And because of that, it's made it very difficult for people in this township to take the ethics board seriously in terms of how it acts, in terms of how it evaluates the evidence, and how it has apparently come to the conclusion that it is able to dismiss complaints without providing the evidence to this Board of Commissioners, the actual judges. It is akin to a law clerk making decisions without ever showing the evidence to the judge. There's no question that the Ethics Board has the ability to write reports, to provide the evidence to the Board of Commissioners, and tell this board, hey, look, when it comes to Commissioner Higgins and the allegations of trespassing, we don't think there's anything there. When it comes to Bill Spengler and the allegations of conflicts of interest with Villanova University, we don't think there's anything there. When it comes to John Nagel and the televised comment, somebody shoot you, witnessed by multiple people in the room and the subject of an apology from Commissioner Nagel, we don't think there's anything there in terms of whether or not that is above reproach as mandated by the code. They can do all of that. They have not been doing that. In fact, Commissioner Booker is quite correct when he says there's one party and one party alone that has been looking at that evidence, and that is the Democratic Party in Radnor Township. And it was deeply troubling when George Beatty, a person I thought I had respect for, that he would come in 2 weeks ago and use the word jihad 3 times. Although, as we saw tonight, not to be outdone, Commissioner Higgins decided to invoke the word crusade. One hopes that moving forward, the rhetoric in Radnor Township, particularly from the people up on the dais, who, lest we forget, hold the reputation of this township in their hands in terms of decorum and civility and professionalism at these meetings. We'll seek to curtail that, to quickly rebuke it, and ensure that the public who is taking the time to come in and be heard at this meetings, is, if not presented with actual respect, at least the appearance of respect. Thank you all.
Have a motion to adjourn? Second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Passes 6-0.